Hello, hello. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Too legit city on the mic. Yo, what's going on, everybody? How y'all doing today? Too legit city here. Today we're gonna be playing some of that city Skylines. Getting back into the Maze Mamba map. And of course, hope everyone's doing good today. Hope everyone is having a good Thursdays. Almost at the end of the week. And right now we got some warm weather and sunny skies. Not a cloud in sight. And we got fall approaching us. It's still summertime though, but fall is right around the corner. Hope everyone's having a good summer. Hope everyone's staying cool and staying hydrated. But today we're getting back into the Maze Mamba map on the city Skylines, and we're going to continue the city build. So let's get right into it. Now, one of the things I did actually change was I actually got a new mod. It is going to be the replacement for the prop line tool. For the most part, I am kind of sad that the prop line tool is no longer supported, but so is the life of mods. You know, the people move on, right? They can't do the work for free like that. But it is what it is, and we are back in. With the new line tool, it's actually exactly the same thing. Effectively, the only difference is that, well, there's no difference. It's exactly the same thing. So we could do our farmland today, which is something we will do. And of course, let's get started with the city. So we have a little bit of a population right now. Let's see what we could do. I gotta move in some citizens. I think we have to move in the low density here. I don't think we could really change that. I think we'll have like this, and then we'll have 2 rows of commercial here. Oh, you know, I could do something slick here and put, instead of a road connection, I could put a parking lot. G coming in first. Appreciate it, G. Hope you're doing good. Alright. So this is alright. I kind of want to fill this in, but I don't want to fill this until after this is filled in. I probably should just put in a fake downtown for now, just so that we could fill it in. And I think we're going to try to set this up today. I don't know, we'll connect it on the back end side though. And I think we'll redo both industries. I think we have to at this point. And I think I need to designate a spot for campus as well. That's going to be something I do want. We will need a campus. I wouldn't mind the campus being over here though. This is probably not bad. Okay, so the demand's kind of down, so I guess it's alright. And we know there's a hill right here. I can't really tell, but, you know, we gotta add trees to that. I think we need to add some trees in here as well. Just add some connecting lines to the top and bottom, even though there's a hill. I should be working on that. Oh, what's happening here? What the hell is going on? Okay. Is this the problem? That wasn't connected. It was kind of weird. This is a city's AI thing. I don't think I could change. Effectively, this is just a bad AI. Yeah, because I'm looking at it, they're all going to the bottom lane, which potentially causes some problems when they're first getting into here. Because you have everyone trying to squeeze into the bottom lane by, I think, this node. You can see there's never anyone on the center lane at this point. And then this slows down as a result. Be like that sometimes. And this is The speed's not that bad here. Maybe I should change this to 80. Is the chat working? Yes. We just don't have anyone here right now, G. But yeah, chat's working. Alright, so let's leave that alone. Let's not really look at that. Hopefully it's fine. I don't think it's going to cause any problems. And then we should start setting up this side. Trash issue? Hold up. Our trash is okay. I guess we just don't have any trash facilities on this side. I guess we need to set that up. Ideally, it probably would be in the forestry area, but then I think we probably could get a recycling center here. No ground pollution. I really can't be mad though. Alright, so is there a policy for that? Recycle plastics, recycling. This is actually pretty legit. Everything else should be alright. And then we have the streets right here that I think need to be different. So this is gonna pull out, we'll have a little bit here. This should work out as well. And it feeds out into here. Okay. The demand's back, that's not bad. We know we wanted this to be commercial to kind of help these guys out. Oh yeah, and then we also wanted the nature reserve right here. But yeah, I could see that this is, yeah, it's hard for us to get population in here right now because of what we want to do. I think that means I just have to work on this side and work everything out that way. Alright, let's get to work. So let's look at the potential interchange we're gonna have here. Let me pause. Let me delete this. Alright, so we're just gonna do that so that we could do this while not paused. That should make sense. So they will have to go all the way around, go out that way, to go through that way. Alright, cool. So now we're gonna look for a midpoint. This is a 300, 300. That's a 15. Let's look at the shape. So the size of that's going to be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. Effectively, it's that. 2 nodes. Sorry about that, I had to sneeze. I got into a sneezing fit. Alright, so this is a double node, so I actually don't need that. I believe 7 size minimal. But then if I want this to be somewhat large, I think the size limit is 13. So let's go for that. 260, 260. Oh, so it's 12. 13 is the minimum for the new size. So it's a 240. It's a 240. Of course it would be a 240. And then we get the 1 node right there. This is a large round, and this would actually fit what we need this for, so I wouldn't really be mad. Let's go with the 12 size. If anything, we could change it out later. So this is going to be 300, 300. We're going to go for a 240, so let's downgrade this. This is going to be 60, both sides. Alright, so that's going to be a marker 240, 240, 240, and 240. So this should be barely in the loop, right? 1, 2. right? It's right at the loop. Nice. So I'm gonna pull this back 10 units, and then we'll mark that. So that's a 10. This shouldn't matter. This is a straightaway. All right, that's gonna be a round. Alright, so we put that in, connecting it to the nodes. That way it's not gonna move, and then we could have our connections. Typically we'll have a connection like that, and then this is gonna be our straightaway going down this way and up the mountain. I think what we should do is have this flat and then almost immediately go up a ramp. So this probably pulls out a little bit, or maybe stays there and we just make it gradual, and then we'll have no connection to the right side right here. Probably no connection to this pocket as well. That might come off of this. And I might have this line come out as well, going into this pocket. I don't think that's a bad idea. And then I want to go uphill to here so that we connect to this road. Okay, so let's delete this. And let's use 10 units. Let's use 12. That's a maximum length for a segment, so that's pretty good. And then from here, we need to work our way going up or downhill. So we know this is a 4-lane road and that it should connect to here. I guess it's fine. And then we'll have a little bit before that connects. What we could also do is pull this flat here. So we pull this down and then readjust this lower. That's probably not needed. We'll probably just be okay with a slant right here. So let's set that up. Of course, we got to remove the trees. We got to redo the trees ourselves. A lot of the times we will do that so it looks a little bit better. Alright, alright. Is the music on? There is no music. No. Oh, the main value's at 10%. No, that's fine. Do you guys hear the music? Why is this not playing? Is that the song? I guess that was the song. Wow. It is what it is. Oh yeah, the trash issue. I think we'll just get a recycling center here because I can't do anything about it. Yeah, because the trash is good enough. It's just that they have to reach out to here. It's a little bit of a pain. Oh, and it's crime. Let me get some police over here. Jail capacity is about to be reached. Hopefully that's fine. So over here, I need to basically do the ramp, right? So let's pull this road all the way out, so we know where this lines up to, and then let's pull a road that connects. Right, so then this is flat, straight. That's on the grid because this is on the grid and we pulled it off of that, and both of these roads are parallel. So all we're gonna need to do is do a slope right here. I probably want a little bit of flatness right at the intersection, so I'll probably want to pull this out a little bit before we do that. Use a 120 setup. All right, so what we're gonna want to do here is pull this out, and then we're gonna want to go uphill from here. Let's see. So how long is this? I actually am curious. From here to here, this is a distance of 840 in terms of cost. So that's actually 42. So 42 units or 42 squares right here. That's actually pretty decent. And we're going up how much? Wait, is that 24? 24 and then it's 42. I feel like that's a little bit too perfect. How that actually turns out. We go 24 meters up and it takes us that much. It's not close enough. Something's wrong with this. Alright. So we'll have this. I don't know how we want to do this. Let me just over drag the slope. So if we want to do something with it later, we just have space to do the terraforming. And then I wouldn't have to redo this if we do decide to pull this out flat. But we'll see. Alright, so we do that, and then we will terraform that depending on how we want it to look. So let's anchor this, and this is important because if you don't do this, they might actually terraform the slope, and it's kind of weird. Did you see the hurricane path prediction for LA and SD? There's a hurricane warning? I gotta check that out, man. Wow. The last hurricane we had was in the 1800s. A lot of rain. I didn't even know there was a hurricane coming. So it's gonna come this weekend. Okay. We'll see what happens. I didn't know that there was one, and I'm not prepared for it. But I guess we'll see. Alright, so that's going to be our main path going up. This is likely not actually to go through. I mean, it might. There's a good chance that it shouldn't, though, just because of the type of road it is. And then we go up this way. Now, I don't know if I should actually make a little area in this pocket, because I do need a lot of space to do the switchback roads, right? So we could work the switchback roads top down and then see how much space we have, and then we work with it later. That's probably the case. So we'll probably just upgrade this first so that we could just have this connected and have that all be a part of itself. And then we'll leave that for later, because then we'll want to design this area. Alright, and then this is slightly off, but if I were to run that straight, it's right there. So it's like I could modify that. Very slight, so I'm not too worried about that. Alright, let's get the 4-lane road. Let's get this upgraded. Let's get this one as well. We'll probably use the same asset with the concrete. Alright, it's not bad, just a 4-lane road. We could actually make this a little bit more wavy going uphill if we decide to. That could make this look a little bit better. At the same time, I don't know if we should. It's one of those things where it's like we gotta decide on that. Alright, so with that, it should be fine. And then we're going to make sure we can make this connection right here without really bopping it. Alright, so you see the node shifted down and the shape of the circle is about the same. That's actually perfect. Now, the only problem is that this is slanted, but that's fine. Alright, so that's going to be the design. Let me get the one-way roads in here. Of course, this is all going to be 4-lane, so this is going to be a 2-lane. If we need more, we'll, have to adjust. It looks a little bit large, though. That's one of the things. This is a little bit large. We could try to shrink it. That could be something we could do. So the minimum size with that would be like what? A 7/8. So 7 plus 12 is 19 divided by 2. We go with a 9. Why not? Why not? This roundabout's a little bit too large. Right? So we will delete this. Let's go with this. So we'll go down 10, 9. Alright, and then we'll just do the round like this. The large round was a little bit attractive due to the size. There's a lot of cool things you could do with that. But we'll probably have to settle with this one. And then this one should be just like that again. This was 160. And then this is 240 now. That should be one street. And then that should be our round. Alright, so then now we should be able to just do that. And then we need to make a one-way road. Not bad, not bad. We'll delete that. This should be fine. We'll leave those there. It shouldn't have any real impact. This still feels like it's a little large, man. Alright, so we'll use a 25 here. 25 is pretty good. 0 angle. We'll make this a 20. Alright. And that's going to be our main roundabout for this area because of the weird shape. I could just do a triangle here. I mean, not a triangle. The three-way intersection between the three. Should be alright. Now we could probably bop the dirt road. Let them U-turn, let them turn around. People are still climbing into here, man. What the heck? Yeah, man, U-turn, dude. You guys are lost. Unless they were actually just trying to U-turn. Right, so this is habitable now. So let's look at this. This is flat already. That's good. So let's run our road setups. So first things first, we got to run the parallel road. Oh, another thing I want to do is this, that. And then we're going to want to upgrade this so that there's no zoning. That way it's a little bit cleaner and how that looks. Gonna go back to the dirt roads. Let's delete this. Alright, so we want to run parallel here. Oh, shit. There we go. That's my bad. And then this parallel comes all the way out. Right? It doesn't have to actually connect here. We could probably just separate that or have only this road be the connection between the two areas. And then we need to start setting this up. We'll probably want to do it right side oriented, and then whatever space we have, we'll just have that be the difference. And then this is, yeah, we're going to have to deal with that. I'll probably pull this out and have this just be a cliff going uphill. We might just have the uphill be keyed out. That might be the play. The only problem with that is, because it's going to have to end up into a cliff again, how we end the key at the top. We'll probably just pull it up. Put some trees up the line, make it look kind of okay. Alright, so this problem is interesting. If we go to it like that, technically this is equal distant, right? So we would just do a curve here. Theoretically. Wait a second. Oh, it's this one. I wanted a line to go this way. I think, though, I shouldn't. There's 2 nodes, 1 node. I mean, yeah, that's 1 node, but the 2 nodes here, I guess I could try to split that and try to do something random. Probably shouldn't have that street there and just rely on the 4-lane distribution. Just keep this just for those guys so it never gets too populated. Yeah, so that should be okay. Long 4-lane coming down that way. Given the distribution of here, it should be something like this, something like that. Right? Given the pattern that we already have. There's a good chance that's how it's gonna look. And then, since that's the farmland, the streets are a little bit more spread out. I don't think we need to keep it like that. I think we should actually make the streets a little bit closer. But this is going to be low density, so maybe we could actually get away with that. And then we have thinner street designs over on this side. That's probably not bad of an idea. I need to adjust some of the alignment here too, but that's fine. Okay, so let's delete that. That probably doesn't matter. And then this is a round, so if I were to pull up a road here, right, for the design, I wouldn't use that. This potentially goes to the other side, that's why. So technically you want this. This comes out by 22. And then we want to do the same thing here. Alright, so it's right, left, right, left, right, left. We have a little bit of space before the intersection, so it's decent. And then we could technically fill up this pocket with that setup now. Now, it's not that large of an area right here, so this is perfectly fine. We'll push some of the terrain out, make it so that we go all the way in, and then we'll have a little bit of a pocket for that. We'll do this side first, though. So that comes in this way. How does this look? There's a good chance this is a 22. Yeah, see, this is a little bit close, so I might want to pull it in early. So 440. Yeah, that's probably a lot better. I want tree space here anyways. And then this is 440, that connects. We have a nice setup now. Alright, so technically I should be able to do this and that. That means everything here is in a grid. We'll pull up some lines going up, just as structural lines. And then we have this area. See, now there's a problem, right? You can see that. This middle area is kind of weird. And I think I want to utilize that as a feature. Can I do that? So 440. Oh shit, that needs to be a right angle. So I'm going to pull this out this way, and then we're going to pull this up going up. Delete that. Alright, not bad. Akios, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Alright, so we got the structural grid, and then I think we'll probably try to do something like this. And what probably makes a lot of sense is we'll probably curve this so that it goes straight. And then we'll see how we could use that to our advantage. Good, I am. How you doing? Prepping dinner? We're just trying to do our best, man. Just trying to do our best. So I probably want to pull this up. This is a 440. I probably don't pull this all the way out. Probably pull this across 440 and then 440 here. Yeah, so that's this street. So that's set up to be kind of nice. And now we could separate, I guess, this area with the other side via, or we go this all the way. Almost amazing. Almost. So I think we could even do this. Yeah, we could do that. And it turns into the center. That's a little bit tough, though. I'd rather turn into here. This would have been nice, though, if this was able to go straight out and then turn into here. So then all of this could be tree space. Because I kind of want to separate the farmland, right? I want it to be like at least a couple acres between like the farmland right here and then the actual living space right here. You know, separate the noise. Make sure you don't have any people cow tipping and all that jazz. There's no other way to pull this higher, though. That's kind of what I need. Like, if I go like this and pull it out, that'd be amazing. But it's like, that's too close to the highway in and of itself. I do kind of want this, though. I know, right? It's crazy. So, yeah, we're potentially going to get a hurricane. And it's going to hit us on Monday. I won't be streaming Sunday. So I'm hoping everything's going to be fine, man. Because I want to be able to stream. We haven't had a hurricane since the 1800s. So global warming, man. It's here. We haven't had a hurricane since the 1800s. Okay, so we could curl this out this way and just do a right-hand turn. I think that's gonna have to be what we do. Or we just right-hand turn this and have this curl in. Alright, we'll do it this way. That's probably gonna be the best design. So let's look at this. 160, 120. Now it's a 160, 160. Alright. And I think what we'll do here is we'll do a 11-11 setup. Just make a big round right there. And then we'll just use this as a tree space. Then the setup would mean I would want to do that. Actually, no. It would mean I'd probably want to do this. No, and I can't do that. Okay, so now we have this weird shape here, right? And that's the problem. We have a weird shape and we don't know what to do with it. Proper spacing says that that would be the last street. And then what we could also do is pull this out here. Right? And then that kind of lines up with that. And we make a bigger curve. That can make it look kind of nice. And then going up top to here, I guess that means we could do this. And then if we were to make this into a 11 setup, this is a nicer area. The only problem is that the top is still compromised, right? And then it's like, if I want to do this, this is not the line, which is unfortunate. I probably do get this setup, though. Yeah, we get that. That's not bad. Right, get the hug road. And then it's like, I would want to do it here, but you could see that that's not really something that's going to be okay. The only way that would work is if I did this. Which might be okay. No, it's probably not. What we might want to do instead then is pull everything back. So here to here is 100. Can we do that here? I could. That's potentially that setup. And then this is potentially this setup. And then we could delete that. And then we could just do this curve. And then the other curves would hug. Because then we could just delete and redo it. Just like that. And then by doing it like this, we actually have a decent line now. sometimes you're not going to be able to find out the perfect curve to get a design that actually looks pretty nice. And the funny thing about that is, usually you could guide yourself to that though. It's pretty cool. Alright, so I think we'll do this connection last, just because it's naturally there. 80, so that's a 60. I shouldn't have to measure it, but I will. That's an 80 both sides. Run this right here. Alright, so we have two squares now. That's awkwardly shaped. That's probably going to mean that... Huh. That probably designates it as a school zone and a park zone, most likely. These are probably a little bit more of a shopping center or maybe a residential space because it's next to the farmland. And then we have like proper shopping down here and on this side. And then this could be a small pocket space. Maybe have a small road sneak by. And that could be not bad. I looked at the forecast and it will only be a tropical storm by the time it hits California. That's actually what a lot of the historical things say. We haven't had a true hurricane since the 1850s. And everything else has been a tropical storm because it usually loses a lot of its momentum, I guess, for lack of better words, by the time it reaches over here. So a lot of things like that. Okay, so with that, this is going to be how this is going to look like. If this is going to be residential zone, I mean, would it be that bad if this is residential zone? Because this kind of fits given what we're trying to do, right? Because I could actually do something like this then. 1111. Pull that through. We could delete that street as a result. And then I could just pull a 6 curve right here. Pull that up and through and get a better hug. Right? We could do that. That could actually look not bad. What would probably make a lot of sense though is this then. And then I will run a parallel here. Oh yeah, this is actually going to be nice. So we do this curve, but we don't have it go out all the way. We'll delete these two, and then that becomes a cul-de-sac. That fits. That actually fits, given what we want to do. That's kind of nice. And then I could actually add in another cul-de-sac here if I really wanted to. That could be what we actually end up doing, actually. That's kind of wild. Because I just do that, cul-de-sac fills up the dead space. And then let's see what happens. We're going to want to do this here. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we'll do the same thing over here. No, we are not going to be streaming cities tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'll stream tomorrow, actually. If I do stream, it's going to be Oni, but I'm not sure. I might have to do something. Take care, though, Critter. I apologize that I won't be on, most likely, on tomorrow. But if I am on, I'll probably be playing Oni as well. So, yeah. If anything, you can catch the VODs on YouTube. They're coming out on there as well, if you miss anything. Oh yeah, we were thinking about redoing the curve, right? So it matches the top. We'll set that up right now. So it's that setup and then this setup. Alright, so the wider curve makes it look a little bit more uniform, makes it look a little bit better. Right, because it's a hug. This effectively means if I pull a line in the middle, I could actually make that into a grid. I might actually want to do that. And then we'll have all the shopping on this side instead. We'll have to see, though, whether or not I decide to do that. Because we might want to keep that as like a school zone or something. We need the extra space for some of the buildings. Because I might want to add in like a library or something like that. that should be probably like that. This probably doesn't need to be there. Appreciate it, critter. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Alright, so we build these. I'll probably round off some of these corners here so that the tree line kind of goes in a little bit more smoothly. This is not bad. And then we'll add in the pipelines. Actually, I'll round it off right now. There's a couple of very apparent ones I want to do. I think I'll do something weird here. It's gonna be this corner, I think. So I want this like this. Delete this, delete that. And then we delete this, that. And then I know I need at least 5 here. 240, that's what, 400. And then this is a 240, 240. This doesn't feel like it makes sense. Like the length seems off, but yeah, look at that. It doesn't actually line up. What the hell is this? The curves don't actually line up. This is the weirdest thing. What is happening right now? I only want dotted lines. There we go. That curve was off. And I think it was because of unit length. Alright, so we have that. I want that curve there. And that was a 240 curve using this. So that's about right here. And then we're going to do the same thing on this side. So this gets deleted, and then we do a full curve here. This looks slightly off, but it's a rounding thing. Should be okay. Alright, so that means we could do that. And I think this is going to be better for us for the design. The only problem is that the corners are going to be compromised. No, it doesn't have to be actually, because I could do this, I think. We'll do it like that. This gets deleted, then it goes straight through. And then we could do this. Delete both of these. Run a parallel down this way. Run that way, that way. And then we need to do basically this setup for a mini curve. This needs to try to go up, do the same thing. So I think what ends up happening is we make this curve a little bit larger to accommodate for this. Now, if we do get this, we need to kind of feed into that, and then there's a couple other road connections I'm gonna want. So let's do this one first. All right, so it's gonna be here. So this is slightly too short. Okay, that needs to be a 12. Right there. Okay, just to verify, 240. This is 320. And here to here is 280. So that is 1, 2. So this is 1, 2. 240, nice. Here to here, here to here, that's 160. I don't want the dotted line. And this is 240. Alright, so that's going to be our curve set. We'll hug the outside after we're done. We'll make the connections for now. Okay, so what we'll probably have is a connecting road here. I don't know where I want to put it. It could be somewhere as close as this. Right, and it's going to be bottom side oriented. We could pull it from either one of these. And then run it closer so that it's more of a parallel. Right, with the one space gap. It's probably going to be top side oriented, to be honest. Because we have more space on the top. Because it's likely that we're going to do something with this. And then this means that we could pull this through. So without the dotted lines, this looks like I want to do that, but I know that that probably doesn't work. And then this probably goes into here. 280, 360, that's an 80. So here to here is 440. So it's a 13, effectively right there. So this should be an even curve, 280, 280. Okay, so small pocket, green space maybe, trees. That could be an easy park. And then the curve is here. I don't know. We don't technically need... Oh, wait a second. Can I do this? That's actually wild if this works. I actually kind of like this connection. And then can I do this? We do that here. Oh, it breaks the grid. No, I could do this though, right? Because I could just pull it up. Yeah. What's going on, Pickles? How are you? I see you over there. Welcome on in. Ah, the problem though is that this means that I can't actually make this connection. Oh, that means this has to be a cul-de-sac, which is probably fine. Oh, wow. We would delete that. This wouldn't be that bad. This wouldn't be that bad. There's a couple of connections here. I saw that your chat wasn't working last week. Hope it's been smoother for you. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, you just gotta wonder when you'll catch a break. It is what it is, though. You know, we just try to do our best. So the cul-de-sac's not... I would love to move this higher, though. Just so that we could zone a little bit smoother in there. I kind of like this connection, though, because it's the Y shape. We could just not have anything here. And have it like this. End up like that, maybe. Long road on the side. And then we could just delete that, redo it. Get the dotted lines. Alright, straight through. It's not bad. Alright. You made a successful city, and your tips really helped. Appreciate answering all my questions. Hey, thank you. Just glad I'm able to help. And if you want to help me back, yo man, just be here watching the stream. I would very much appreciate it if we, you know, if you just hung out. Sadly though, 90% of the time, the people I help, you know, I never get to see them again. You know what we could do here? We could actually pull this down so that this line looks better. And then we could measure this out from here. So that's a 80, technically. I guess we could pull this out a little bit more. And then... 400, that's a 120. Get the 400. I've seen you play the Oxygen game a few times. I don't get it, but it's interesting. Seems like you have to know so much to be good at it. It's not that you need to know, well, you kind of do. But it's kind of more so the game is very deep. And because of the amount of layers, you need a lot of information to do everything there is to do in the game. I don't know if that's a better explanation or anything like that. It's just that that's more or less kind of what it is. There's just so many layers to it, so much depth. And of course, that means there's a lot of replayability. That feels like that. Because it's like, the design makes it so that you want to kind of play the game and then start over. With the knowledge you gain, and then you do better next time. And the thing is that they're making it so that it's very replayable. It's like they're doing a lot of good things, but as a result, it feels like the entry fee is a little bit more expensive, if that makes sense. And it's not that it's an expensive entry fee, it's just that it's you gotta grasp it. Oh, we're just building a grid for the new area next to the farm so that we could move in some people. That's all we're doing right now. I think we're gonna end up, I think it's gonna be this one. We do this. We use this into a plaza. Shopping plaza, small stores, school, park. Maybe we switch that. Park, and then this is a school instead. This is weird though. I don't know what to do with this base. Alright, I think this is okay for now though. Are there any games you're hoping to get into on stream? If I have to be completely honest, I've been looking for another game to get into, to learn, to play, to have fun. The terraforming is completely off here. And I can't find anything that transitions well with my community. So it's like, yeah, there's people here, they're hanging out, it's great. The only problem is that it's like everyone, not everyone, 90% of people have a game they watch you for. So it's like, for me, it's probably Oni or Cities. But if I'm not playing that, they're not going to be here. Some games are very much just like that. In a sense that that's just kind of how it is. And Skylines is one of them, where it's like, if people watch you play Skylines, they're probably only going to watch you play Skylines and nothing else. So it's like, I can't find a game to kind of transition to that the majority of the community is cool at watching, so that we might be able to branch out and grow. I've been trying to find a game like that for years. And what I found was that I just can't transition. That's what I found. Just can't do it. This is 320. Wait, that was correct, right? I like building games, and I have Anno 1800 banished, but haven't downloaded neither. Still learning cities. I like watching whatever you play. Appreciate it. Thank you, Pickles. Normally, I was watching you just for Oni, but I like the chatting with you. Hey, thanks. It's hard because it's like I'm gonna be real. It's like, you guys that have that, that are here kind of for me, to hang out, to chat, that's kind of rare. A lot of the people typically just watch me play the game because they like watching me play the game. So if I play another game, I'm not going to see them anymore. So appreciate you guys, man. 560, 760, 200. That's it, right? 560. The sound of new roads being destroyed is comfort noise now. When I started watching cities, but now I watch you play. I'll be here probably. Appreciate it, Bombi. But yeah, it's hard, man. Meeting people, getting to know them in a way that they're comfortable with, and then actually be able to grow and create something. Tough times. Oh, this is fundamentally just on the wrong height. Shit like this, man. Dude, this entire road's on the wrong height. What the hell is this, man? Dude, thug life. I'm not gonna care. Alright, let's just put it in. Right now we're just building a grid, nothing special. We're building an area for the people to move in, doing a little bit of planning on where I want certain things to be. Outside of that, it's not much. I have a bit of an issue with not liking watching streams of Baldur's Gate, and everyone and their grandmother is playing Baldur's Gate right now. Oh, is that why you're in my channel, Charlene? I'm the non-mainstream gamer. I am often in your channel. Hey, appreciate it. It's just that with a statement like that, you gotta assume that that person's only here because I'm not streaming that game. I have watched a few people play it, and I'm burnt out from it now. I haven't seen any gameplay of it, to be honest. I just know it's an RPG game because that's what people are saying. Alright, let's lay down the pipes. Let's get this started. I mean, I want to use pipes along the 4-lane road, and that's nice. Your mainstream channel streams once a month. No dotted lines, please. I guess we could do that. I want to say that's fine. Right now we're just laying down the water pipes, nothing special. And then this goes out this way. The double coverage is pretty good. Then I think that means I have to do this, right? Oh no, I see now. I have to go like this. That gets deleted, and then we pull this up this way. This comes down, comes back up, and goes back up to the top right. And this goes over here. You avoid mainstream streamers like the plague. Yeah, it's a difference in like community preferences. I get that though. And then we just go straight down. Alright, we have our pipeline puzzle. So, should go like this. So right now we're just laying down the pipes. You don't actually have to lay down the pipes this way, the way I'm doing it. I'm just doing this because I like having my pipes curved, no nodes. And then I also like to have it underneath the roads. It's kind of fucked up. I know some streamers make fun of me because I do this. But, hey man, it is what it is. Alright. So, you can see that you have no circles on this pipeline. It's a snake, basically, effectively. And then we'll just do it like this. This shouldn't really matter at this point. Alright, that's not bad. Now let's get it in. So, this is supposed to be commercial of some sort. Let's get these upgrades on these streets on the other side, because they will be there. Commercials on the main street. I don't think that's going to be any different. This is kind of weird with how that actually works. Oh yeah, this one. I didn't do, yeah. What's going on, Jersey Griffin? How are you? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so let's get some residential in on this side. Alright, 3x3s. This is supposed to be residential all the way through and through. Backside as well, so we're just gonna put all this in. So we shouldn't have demand for residency anymore. It should be very straightforward. They're just gonna move in here. Oh, there's a little bit of a problem with that. I guess I will have to do this. Come on. Let me get to the dotted line right here. How come I can't get to this one? There we go. And then I could do this. And then we get that. Alright, so we do it like that. It's gonna be a small house, but then it's like, it'd be like that sometimes. Oh, you just finished your city. Good stuff. Hopefully it turned out the way you wanted. Finishing a city, man. Congrats. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so right now we're just zoning the area. We're not doing anything special right now. We just have to fulfill the population. As of right now, we are locked out of a lot of things. And this is due to the fact that, well, I have a, weird situation with some of the mods. So some of the mods were broken, but now we replaced them, so I think we're okay now. And I still need to wait till I hit Megalopolis. 82% for $1 million. Wow, yeah, it's a little bit high, dude. You gotta fix some of the turn speeds or something. Or, there might be just some redundancy with the service vehicles having problems. That's very common, actually, once you get to a high population. No customers. Wow. Not a lot of people live here, huh? Okay. All right, we're gonna bop all the commercial here because look, there's too many commercial in this area, and then we'll have more residency coming down. All right, that should be pretty good. So let's work on the farmland now. Now that we have the new tree tool, we can actually set this up. So I will probably want to use the sugar maples, classic sugar maples, and we're gonna use the prop line tool. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna want to do is that good spacing. The default stuff. This is 10 units. Rotation is whatever's absolute. Let me use fence mode. So it's a little bit better. It's not bad. What's the difference between blue and green places? The green places are living areas. So, you know, a person and their house. Maybe they live in a duplex. Maybe they live in an apartment. The blue areas are shopping zones. So this could be a fast food restaurant, any place that you spend money, basically. And then you actually have a yellow zone that's actually over here. This is where people work. Now, of course, the blue zones actually provide jobs as well, but it's not like a career. This is like working at a fast food spot. The industry is like your dad going to the factory. This is like your older brother who's in high school happening to work at the McDonald's. So it's basically you have spending money, making money, and then on the backside of it, people could work here to make money, and then the people who own the factories could sell the products for goods. So that's going to be the split for the zoning types. We have different colors as well. The office is basically the factory without pollution, right? So it's pretty good. You still work at the job site. I like to get it to 85-90, but the tram's cluttering up the roads. Oh, if you have a tram that's on the 4-lane road, you will never get above 90%. I think you're going to be stuck at 80% because the trams will always lower your traffic. There's literally nothing you could do, and you just have to live with that, sadly. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. Okay, so let's go back to here and let's start doing our tree lines. So 10's pretty good. We'll just use everything here. Basic stuff. I want to start from the corner. Okay, so we're just putting some tree lines in. Alright, it's not bad. And then we got to do the same here. Alright, so we're gonna be doing our farm zone and the tree lines for this. This is gonna be a little bit weird, but if you've seen this before, it actually works out pretty well. Alright, getting our trees to separate the farm fields. Alright, so this will probably need a line up here. Gotta respace the trees a little bit. It's not bad. Alright, so now we gotta add some angles, because I think this is gonna look better if we do here. One small spot. Okay. Alright, so we're drawing out the fields, basically. There's going to be a lot of fields we'll draw on that side. And then we got to continue everything. So, we got to make trees. Alright, we'll keep this part clear, because that's where the entry is. I really like this layout for the farm area. Appreciate it. Trying to make the farm area look legit. Of course, it's going to be a little bit tough, you know. But we got to make it legit. What's going on, Routine Sadness? How are you? Welcome on in. I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. Okay, and then we get the field on this side. Doing alright, enjoying the week off before starting your new job on Monday. Oh nice, new job, good stuff. New JOB. Hope you have a nice boss, man. We're just, you know, we're just trying to do our best we can. Okay, that might be the end of the crop fields. And then we'll have trees around that. We'll have more on this side though, because I can't really expand that with other things there. We could do that. Then we have this still. So we won't have the road go out further than that. So I guess we'll do something like this. And then from here, it's going to be more freehand. All right, now we're going to add in individual trees. Brush size 1. Brush size 1. There we go. Now, of course, it's not going to be by itself like that. We're going to add a couple more. It's just that sometimes you got to add some stragglers like that. Okay. And then we do need this in the back over here. Okay, this is fine. So from this, I should go like that, that, and then we just go for that. And they'll put trees around this. I'll probably pull a random line like this and just go into there. Trees here, nothing else. Should be okay. And I think we could add another one over here. I just don't think I need to. It could just look a lot better if I do, though. This pocket right here, it's because it's large. Alright, we will. Why not? No, we'll just leave it like that, actually. Okay, so we're gonna add trees around this, make it look a little bit better. Good news is that the areas are being populated. That's good. People are moving in. It's looking nice. It is looking nice. Alright, that should be the commercial demand. Let's put in some trees. We're going to use the same tree composition on this side, actually. And then we're going to make it, well, maybe not as much pines. We'll probably use a slightly different combination, but it's going to be very similar. So, let's add in some trees. We got to do this. And I also need to add some color in as well. Okay, so we're just going to be adding some trees in. Okay, so I kind of want like a layer of trees around the housing, regardless of height. And that's kind of what we're trying to do right now. Get a layer of trees initially, and then we'll work off of that. Alright, so we're gonna do this. And we're going to be adding some trees, making our tree layer right outside, separating the farmland from the residential space. I want this area to be kind of thick because it's like you gotta, I mean, we don't have an animal pasture right there, but it's like a lot of the times the smell of a farm is a little strong, right? You got to get used to it. If you live on a farm, you do get used to it. All right, so of course we're going to add in some color. I'm probably going to still use the birch. It's a nice yellow-green. We need the colors that contrast to make it pop. Alright, alright. This solid green is actually pretty good. I'll try to build that as well. So we're trying to create a forest density, forest line. And then we want to have tree variation. If you guys have played on some of the base game maps, you guys have probably seen where the map maker just comes in with one tree and spams it. I don't want to do that, man. That's like, for lack of better words, like gross negligence. All right, the solid green. Adding a couple of these in per group. I think the farmland color is making the greens kind of stand out. I'm not sure though. Either way, we gotta add the trees in. It's gonna make it come together. And I think we will use maybe a generic pine. Maybe the Norway spruce. I might need something like that. I need some more dark green here, to be honest. All right. That's coming down. It feels weird watching me make a city. Ah, damn. Maybe I should stop streaming this game. Alright, it's coming with the East Cottonwood. This is a different green, but I like how the tree type looks like. Gotta add in some more density here. Some of these are looking good already with some of the tree composition and how close they are to each other. It's not bad. Alright, we got the East Cottonwoods in. Alright, so I think I want another tree that's a little bit more solid. That's not bad. It feels like every tree is similar. Wait, is this the same tree? No, it's slightly more green. Slightly. I guess I could use it then. Hello, Zero Dragon. How are you? Welcome on in. We're just planting some trees. Sometimes you gotta save the world, right? One tree at a time. Did you know that if everyone planted a tree in the world, you would immediately run out of seeds? Because we actually don't have enough trees to plant. So at this point, it's actually impossible. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. And the stupidest thing was, they have... God, have you guys read that? Have you guys read that? I forgot what country it was. I don't know if it was China or the United States. Someone was talking about how they were planting trees. Turns out they planted the same species of tree all over their nation. And it turns out it's an invasive species or something like that. And that's the only seed they have. And they have thousands of them. So it's like, they want to plant trees, but like planting the trees aren't actually going to help us. Because it's going to kill off the other trees. And it's like, they have no other trees that they're able to plant to be able to, like, you know, like saplings move in. I heard that and I was like, dude, this is ridiculous, man. Lose a little bit of faith every day. Alright, now let's come in with the young lindens. This is going to be something we'll spam in to help out with some of the density. Yep, they're not invasive anymore if it's only one there. Alright, so we have a layer of trees, but we need to continue some of the transitions, probably like around right here as well. So I should probably take this tree type and use a couple of them. Only if we're close by, though. I shouldn't be spamming those. And then I kind of want a couple of pines, man. The darker green looks nice. It really does. Are we ready for CS2? Only about 2 months left. I don't know. What do I need to be ready? What's going on, Avenir Dutch? Hope you're doing well. How's living the life, man? I didn't really want pines, man, but the color scheme just looks too good. And then we'll come in with some sugar maples once we get closer. What's going on, Major English? How are you? Trees impact noise and natural resource. It's weird. There's like a value for it, but it's like, it's not really like a value that matters. Because it's like, it has an impact only if you're next to the tree, if that makes sense. So when people go out of their way to build like a forest like this, it has zero impact on the game. And only like this tree. Not even that tree. This tree's part of the house, so that doesn't count. But like, only if you're like immediately next to the tree, it doesn't matter. Outside of that, it's non-factor. So it looks great as usual. Appreciate Major English. How are you? How's life? How's the JOB? I see you, Critter. Thank you for watching. Alright, so continuing to plant the trees. Gonna be making some small pockets because, well, the trees don't, you know, fill up every square inch. You'll have natural spots for maybe animals or something, and then they'll, you know, make a home, stomp on some of the saplings, and then, yeah, you get what you get. Small little pockets. Alright, and then I wanted this tree. There we go, there we go. Doing well. Trees also look nice. So there's that. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good to hear. Good to hear. I think I ended up using this. I did. Alright. 3 fields coming along. Let's get some of the young lindens. Okay, that's not bad. And then I wanted some of, I think it's this right here, yeah. So we wanted some sugar maples over here because of the tree type. Hey, Major English coming up with the Prime. Coming in with the 26 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Things will get better. Keep your chin up. I just hope I could survive until then. I love the way you blend in the trees. Is there a system or do you just pick at random? There's kind of like a pattern I follow. That's about it. I can't really do too much, to be honest. The random feeling actually makes it look kind of nice. So you kind of want to be kind of random. Right? Because it's like the trees aren't going to be structurally, you know, planted in a line like this unless it's man-made. So for the most part, yeah. It's like a pattern. You kind of do what you can. Thank you for the lurks, Pickles. We'll see you next time. Alright, so we have these pockets. I should try to fill that in somehow with something. This is not bad for now. We should continue and keep going with another layer. But before we do that, let's check on the population. See if everything's okay. Garbage is fine. Water, we could up it a little bit. And then we have a little bit of power. Power is fine, but the water budget is maxed out. So I might as well prepare for, you know, more people are going to move in. Nick Boro coming up with the lurks. Appreciate it, Nick. Now we have the sewage outlet pipeline. Just do it like that. Okay. Power's fine. Water's fine now. Trash seems to be okay. That's a great sign. And then traffic. It's 94. Could be... Oh, death care. I saw some dead bodies. Okay, we gotta pick those bodies up. Oh, we have no death care, just in the area in general. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Not even in this area. Yeah, I probably don't want it next to the school where the dead people are. Probably put it somewhere else. So I might as well continue filling this out as I should. This was all going to be residential space. Three, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2. And then we'll just fill in the inside. Alright, easy does it. What's going on, Oglarvisk? I see you over there. I do need to get commercial over here. I see you made your English. Be like that, man. Alright. Not bad, not bad. So I do want to change this up. I do need to do something here. So that the farmland looks a little bit better. Okay, so first thing we'll do is we'll mess around with it. What color is this? Let me use a 25. Oh, that's 252. Okay, let me go back. What is this? That looks kind of bad. I mean, I could use that though. And then what color is this? I could use it, I guess. I'll have to use those three. Can we create an area called Critterton? I don't do that. I don't do that. No, so we're not gonna do that. All right. Sorry, Critter. That's actually how I get paid. If I don't do that, I wouldn't be here anymore. So we're just going to be painting the farm fields best way we can. No, I don't do that, Critter. I'm sorry. So we're going to be painting the fields. Honestly, doesn't actually look that good. Color's pretty bad. This LUT is bad. I'm not going to argue with you. I don't do that. I have historically never allowed anyone to use points to backseat. I saw the point redemption, but you're not going to backseat my game. Claiming an area is claiming something that already exists. I am not gonna build an area because you want me to build an area. I'm sorry. This is actually a little bit better. I guess we'll just use this. And then I am using the resource, so I can't really change that. I guess we change this one. All right, there it is. I guess we could use this one. It's the same color as that, actually. Wow. Can't really change that then. Guess we'll have to use it here. All right, we have this. I can't do anything with the color though. Unfortunately, the surface painter is add color scheme. You could argue this is the wheat field, maybe? It just looks like gravel though. That is what it is. Alright, let's give it a 2-space gap. We could delete that. Pretty good. I don't know why there's a dent right there. This should be fine. Very unfortunate. Yeah, and it goes away when the keys are gone. Okay. Then does that need to be further away? Nope. Oh, it's a straight slope issue. Oh no, it's an anchor issue. Okay, so let me pull it from here. This should be better now, right? No, it's still having the same problem. We'll do this. Alright, and it's anchored on the correct side now, so it doesn't look weird. And we will have this. Okay, so now that's okay. I could hit the undo button. And then we have this problem. Okay, so I have to massage this part then. Like, that's all I could do. Yep. That sucks. Okay. That means that I kind of just do this then, right? I'll probably leave the other side for now, so that we'll just develop this side. Alright, not bad, not bad. We'll have to work our way on that side, and then we have some space over here now. So I do need to get some education over here. I'll probably do a library combo again. Chances are having a library here makes good sense, but at the same time, this being a park and you could drive by the park looks pretty good as well. We could just fit in the library school in the back. This is pretty good fit. Put the elementary school here. Have a small playground on the side. And then maybe make this... Oh, Mamba is... He's now sleeping on the bed. Earlier he was by the window. Oh, there's no path in here. Okay, we'll just put trees. There he is. He was asleep, but I woke him up. Alright, so we have the education in. We have only death care here and nothing else, but that should be okay. I should get that shopping center design that I wanted. Yeah, I want the mall of moderation. This is not centerable though. Okay, so I have to put it on the one side. This probably makes sense, but it sucks that I would have a lot of residency, I think, get noise. I found out that Mamba cost me a good amount of money. I didn't think about it because I was like, having Mamba is nice. Mamba's expensive, man. This should be fine. Did Mama get sick? No, I'm just, it's just that I don't make a lot of money. That's really all it is. I'm just broke. Alright, and then we'll get our parking lots here. Alright, no spawn on the ends. I had a dog who needed surgery for what turned out to be trapped wind. I don't know what that means. Mamba is the baby though, yeah. Alright. This is okay. I probably do this. Not bad. So then I don't know what this is gonna be. School, and then we'll have a park right here. Indigestion, oh, it feels bad. He had an upset stomach. And then you find that out, and it's like, well, I mean, you know, at least the vet knows you love your dog. That's kind of all you got from that. And yo, Samurai Mark 3 coming in with the Prime. Thanks so much for the Prime, man. Thank you for the support. Alright, just adding some trees. It's tough because the school has the same tree, dude. It's hard to make it look nice. And then we could probably put a dirt road path. No, you know what we should have here, actually? I mean, probably can't. I was gonna say maybe we should have some, like, sports. But it's like, I don't want it next to the elementary school. That's what I don't really like. Outside of that, I guess we could put in something like a dog park next to the other park. But then it's on a curve, which is unfortunate. Okay. Oh, I could do this. And then it gets rid of the trees. Okay, that's not bad. Dog park next to the elementary school is fine. Look at the dogs. Kids have a playground that's separated, so you don't have to worry about the dogs with no leash. Hopefully that's not a bad thing. And then we'll just have trees in the area. I would want some generic pines in. The dark color kind of mixes well. There we go. That's not bad. Alright, so this area is still developing. And then we're gonna have a park right here. Alright, so the crop fields, I can't really color them that well. So I guess we could try to use this color again. I think I lose a little bit of crops every time I do that, though. And that is ruin color? No. It's this one. No. Oh, no, that's nature reserve. I mean, natural resource. That is that color, okay. So I lose a little bit of crops here, because this should be 12,000. And that's because of us painting this. It's fine, we have to take that out. And then we're gonna go into ore field. I'll probably do it here. You can see that the other field color gets pushed back because you can't have two resources on top of each other. That's unfortunate. Maybe we shouldn't do that just so that this looks better. And we would have to move that somewhere else. Sadly, yeah, I don't have any real space to alternate the colors of the fields a little bit better. I guess we could do this, remove the yellow. So it's yellow, that's a little bit darker, different colors. That's probably the best we could do it for now. Let's get the residency in. Alright, and then we're gonna do this out. So we're gonna add in more trees again. Alright, so I'll start from here this time. Yeah, we'll leave this pocket. We'll just do it like this for now. Alright. That should be fine. And then we need this one. I see you over there, Nick. Feel like that sometimes. Alright. Now we're gonna come in with the other trees. Add into the density, and then we want it to be around the other trees that we set up. Alright, it's not bad. Gotta come in with this one. A little bit of a contrast color with the scheme of this. This kind of simulates fall with the dead looking leaves. Maybe a tree that's been in the sun for a little bit too long, who knows? Not bad, not bad. I don't think it's I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if anyone's gonna really care on Twitch. Because all the big city streamers are on YouTube. Every single one of them. Like, there's gonna be a boom. There's gonna be more people watching than Skylines 1 is currently. But it's like, is there really gonna be that big of an impact? Just thinking about it. Because every single one of the people that actually play cities, and it's not just casually playing it as a variety game, they're on YouTube. That's the reality of the situation, right? Makes you wonder if it's gonna be worth it. Well, I mean, like, that's how it is now. Like, there's a lot of big streamers that do that. And it's like, you know, it doesn't matter. Right? Like, how good you are at this game really just doesn't matter. I wish it was more like people would watch due to the skill. But then it's like, I also know that it's like, this game has like, it's hard to make this game exciting. To make people want to watch it. It's tough, man. Alright, small pocket in the middle. What's going on, Wee Shark? How are you? I see you over there. So we filled up some of the pockets. It's not bad. It's up to you, Wee Shark. It's up to you. Just make sure to use it. Whoever it is you decide to use it on. So there's a little bit of a pocket here. I should try to fill this up. And then I need to, oh yeah, I need to add the sugar maples right here. Because it's like you should have this tree kind of like here still. And I think what we'll also do is mix in some of the young lindens around this. Yeah, I can't watch Bad City players. You ruined me for them, Lamo. Hey, man. Honestly, fuck them. If they're bad at the game, fuck them. Let's be real, man. If they're bad at the game, they're bad at the game. No. Are you trying to bribe me because you have a prime? Everyone starts somewhere too legit. It's true, but it's like a lot of the people who play this game don't actually make an effort to try to learn it. They're kind of just hitting buttons. On a single player game, I think most people are going to watch someone who play a variety of games rather than playing a specific game, even though they're really good at it, especially when a new game comes out. Yep. Which is why I'm contemplating just dropping this. That's exactly right. Zaki is exactly right. That tree's already in. Like, I'm gonna be real, man. I've streamed this for almost 5 years. I don't think if I only streamed this, I don't think I've ever would have gotten partner. And I think it fundamentally comes down to, like, I feel like every time I'm playing a city, I have a group of people that always watch me, but then there's a group of other people that watch that always rotates in and out. And they're not doing it systematically, but that's kind of like the nature of the game. You're only going to want to watch like so much of this before you get tired of it, and then you come back in like 3 months. So because of the nature of that, it's hard to really cultivate anything. And then it's always one of those things where it's like, well, if you're not online right now, you know, I'm going to find someone else. So then it just becomes tough. Coming in this way. I could keep this kind of open, I guess. I should put noise barriers here as well. Alright, let's fill this out. Oh, did I use this here? I don't think I did. What's going on, philosopher? How are you? I'll see you over there. Alright, just gonna place down some trees. And then we gotta add in some color. And then let's mix in the sugar maples. Small little farm field that looks kinda just okay. This could be honestly better. Alright, and now we have even demands. Alright, so we have not enough customers. Let's make out this area then. So this is weird. But I think we could use this. I guess this is fine. I guess I could also go that far back. I probably shouldn't. I probably want to have some tree space. And then this cliff, right? Yeah, I'll probably do it like that as well. Shouldn't be too bad. This should be the setup that we're going to want to use. Right, left, right. And then it's a deep pocket on that turn. Having this could be kind of nice though. Getting that connection in. I probably shouldn't have it though. You're going to get so much usage. You're just going to make them come out this way. Okay, so this has to go through. Good chance. And I think we have to round off this side. I don't think we're going to zone on this, so I think this gets pushed up. I'll still want to round this off, though. Alright. We have a grid here. What do we want to do? Pull this? No, I should go with it, right? This shouldn't be box grid like this, though. Alright, how can we change the shape of this a little bit? So this is a farm field. Couple cul-de-sacs. Feels weird next to a farm field, but whatever. And then it's like, this shouldn't be grid, but it's like, I don't have a lot of space. And if I don't have a lot of space, you don't really get a lot of options for anything. I did want to do a plaza on this side, right? So I guess we could utilize the plaza as the main setup. It would have to be either one of these two. probably this side, but then it's like I wouldn't want a plaza up here. This should be all residential, just given how the distribution is right here. So we just need workers, which is fine. And I guess I just need to make a road setup. Alright, so I'll probably want to round this off. 240. Let's get the curve in. Oh, wow. Oh, that's the same thing. That's fine then. This comes out. There's honestly just not a lot of options we have here. I think this has to be a T here. And I think this gets curved as well. This comes out 5-6. That curves in. And then... what can we do right here? I feel like we just have to box grid this. There's really just no options. Because of how that street works, we're gonna run the grid this way. And then... instead of a connection here, I think we'll have a cul-de-sac or something. Probably just have this stick out, actually. That actually makes this heavier. Okay. Here to here. 10. 640. 440. Alright. That is probably not it, actually. I'll probably just roundabout it from here. 1 2 1 2. Okay, it's not bad. Get a cul-de-sac end for that side. This has to be grid, we just have no space for it. And I guess we just round this off. Like, we really have no options. Aw, man, what kind of road is that? Oh, there we go. Okay, so, yeah, this is just gonna be grid. I think it has to be like this. I don't think we could really change too much. So, if anything, we'll probably come back and change how that looks later. Oh, I have no pipes here. It's the other way? What the hell is this? Going on, TX? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. Alright, the grid snapping is hurting us. So we're just gonna manually do this. There we go. I'm just trying to be here, man. That's really it. Just trying my best. I might want to keep this clear. I probably do want something at the bottom though, but I probably don't want anything here. I'm sorry, man. It's just... It's tough times, man. And I don't know what to do. So it's like... I really just don't know what to do, man. So I just gonna stream as long as I can. Alright, have that done. That should take care of the population. 3% unemployment rate, that's not too bad. They're asking for some jobs. I don't think I have to worry about that. Alright. It's really just the industry or office demands. I don't have too much office, it's just right here. And I was avoiding this because I didn't have a lot of the, like, unique buildings. Oh, we have them now. Oh, nice. Okay, that's good. We have the unique buildings, so I could actually build a downtown. Do I have all of them? I was locked out before. I guess it's fine now. Yeah, it's looking like I think I have everything. Word? Sure, I don't know what that means. Not enough customers. Hopefully the people move in. Gotcha. Okay, so I might as well get started with this. And then I want to round this part off. $140. Oh, it just means you oversaturated the area with commercial. So, supply and demand. Game's telling you need some more. Actually, I don't know. You need some more of something. All right. Maybe. Overeducated workers is not a bad thing, though, and it never hurts you. Alright, so I know this was going to be a mini science center, But I also wanted power over here. No, I'm gonna do that next time. I'm not gonna look at that right now. Okay, so far so good. That guy got abandoned, feels bad. And I did want to make forestry over here. Maybe we could work on the boat line. Because we did need a couple boat lines. I don't think our imports or exports are that bad though. So we don't really need the boat lines yet. Guys, I'm gonna be at 1 second. I was muted, sorry about that. We back? So we could potentially put the harbor right here, because the boat line goes in the river. And then we could make this into a T, and then it comes out this way. And then I don't actually have to turn this here. Because I wanted to have the harbor here, but I don't have a lot of room. So it's like, that's hard to connect. And then that means I don't actually have a connection for this. I have an idea though that we could do over here. It'd be an interesting design. But I wouldn't want to do that yet until I think take care of the water right here. I don't know if I'm actually adding water to the water level of the river, or if it's net zero, because I'm pumping and then I'm dumping. I don't know if the water level is actually maintained when that happens. So then it's like, I can't really wanna, I don't know if it matters, because we have all these water sources here, right? These are all placed by the the map maker, because they couldn't balance out the river water. Honestly, it's to be expected, given how jank waters is in this game. I feel like that sometimes. Alright, so speed this up. I guess we will work on this side. So let's get to here. This gets abandoned off the rocks. Let's actually terraform. I don't want to fuck it up like I did last time. Okay, so I want this height. Whoa, that's the wrong height. Yeah, 2920. Ah. Yeah, everything here is on the wrong height in general. God damn it, man. Alright, alright. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's a bump right there. It is what it is. So we're just gonna live with that. And then I am gonna pull this out. All right, so this is gonna be the main street entrance to this side. And then we're going to have a interchange here that feeds down into that. Because I want this interchange to help out the forestry district that we'll have right here. Okay, so there is this curve. I don't think I should adjust it. This is fine. And then we'll just have this come out. I was thinking about making this a larger curve to maybe like right here instead. Right? From here to here. Goes up. And then we do another curve from here to here. Hey, have you done the transportation area? I have no transportation right now. So I don't have one, Rocky. I don't have an area, sadly. Alright, so I don't think it matters where I actually put the interchange. Naturally, though, this straight right here makes a lot of sense. Right here, because this road is straight all the way through to here. Perfectly straight line. That's like the ideal spot to do an interchange. Could have it come in, and then we could do a T right here. Come in, curve, and then that would be the T, and then we would have the forestry on this corner. And then we would have a split area that gets split by the forest industry right there. I'll wait for the time to come. Appreciate it, Rocky. Hope all is well, though. It's not, but hey, we're just doing our best. I don't know how to really like I'm really bad at asking for help, but I've needed help for years. So yeah, we're finally at that point where it's like, yeah, we really need the help for any longevity at all. Yeah, we'll just build the interchange. I don't think it's gonna matter too much. I think this is where it stops being parallel. And if I run this way, that's where it stops being parallel. I think. That's a 1 square, that's a 1 square. Here to here is a 80, 90 degrees. Here to here is an 80, 90 degrees. Okay, so this is flat. Okay, that's good. Alright, so this is probably where we're going to want to make the interchange. Since it is coming out for a little bit before it actually connects, having it here, it's probably alright. And I probably don't want it too close to the side of the mountain right there. So having this come out and then come down, that's a good amount of space. And then we get tree space as well. It's pretty good. Okay, so I will probably want to work this backwards, so I'm gonna give myself 10 units. Okay, that's not supposed to do that. There we go, 10 units. And then this is going to be for... How do you come into the city just to U-turn? What the hell is this, man? These guys came into the city just to U-turn. That's impressive. Alright, so this is going to be the straight buffer that I'm going to want. And then a lot of the times is I want another 10 units here. Because I usually pull the merge from here. Kind of like that, right? Get the merge design like that. So that's probably going to be that. And then most likely I'll want a 10 curve. So it'll probably work like this. Having it go straight down just so that I have a reference grid. And then it should be a design like this then. And then of course this is probably going to be the same thing. This goes across. 10, 10. And then we got the merge. Alright. So we want to pull something from here. Grid needs to be parallel. Delete that. We're at 3 meters. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this should be fine. We want the pillars pretty close. That goes here. We anchor that. Okay, there's a terrain issue on the side. We're gonna have to fix that right now. Okay. All right, so simple design. We'll curl it to the right. So we'll probably use a 7, 9 like we did last time. So that's a 5. Pull that out. 5, 6, 7. 7. 5, 6, 7. 7. And then we take this, because it's a node, line that up, delete this. And then I want to do this. Alright. And then we merge. Now, I don't want to merge yet. We'll do this side. 10, 9. 10, 9. And then 5, 6, 7. And then from here, I guess I have to merge here then. There we go. And then we would do that here. And then I guess we would do this here then, right? One, 2 in there, 1, 2 in here. All right, we have a trumpet. So from here, we need to merge everything. We're gonna run this, get the grid, run a line in the center. And all we gotta do now is merge everything together. Should be fine. I know it's practice, but I wish I could crank those out as easy as you do. Yeah. It's fine. You don't have to crank them out. I get roasted all the time for not using assets, and people come in the chat and tell me I'm wasting my time by building them out. It's fine, man. You don't have to build it out. It's probably better that you don't anyways. Five merge, and then we're gonna go for a 10, 9, 8. 1, 2. Okay. that's fine. So what we're gonna need to do is adjust the curve. I'll probably want to do it as early as possible. And then we'll have to pull this out. Alright, that's 20 units. And then it's probably okay. No, I probably don't want that, right? I probably want this, 12, and then this. $280, and then I gotta pull this by 60. $280. Nice. Alright, so we have this, and that's gonna feed into our forestry area. We're only gonna be growing trees here. And then I need to connect this rail line actually back to here. Now the crazy thing with that is I can't cross the river, so that's gonna be interesting. I can't actually run it in between the freeway either, due to the freeway thickness. And then the reason why I don't want to cross is because that's where the boat is, right? Cross the other way. Oh god. I mean, it's possible. We hug this side. Go under over the highway. And then big loop. Big loop. From here to here to here. Go back. Problem is that this entire river is a boat line. If I could, I would want to stay on this side and then cross over here because there's no boat line right there. Problem is that I'll have a harbor here and that becomes a problem. Ah, man. Moving out this train line is going to be a pain. Alright, let's get this done. Alright, in and out, and then we'll get this upgraded. Alright, that should be fine. Now we gotta get the upgraded ramps right here. There we go. We have a trumpet. Classic setup. This is done now, so that little overpass doesn't actually affect us. Oh, this should be grounded. This should be elevated though. Okay. This is just bad AI issue. There we go. Okay, so this is wrong. There we go. Yeah, the AI in this game is just really bad sometimes. can't do anything about that. That's just a game. Alright, that's fine. So, let's see what we could do. So I want this to be a train zone. I want this to be a lumber area. Okay, the train is like here. So I could actually curl in a little bit earlier and curl out like that. And then I would have to go through the highway. I would probably have to go under. Either over or under. Under makes the most sense because this is already elevated. There's no chance I go over that. So I probably go under everything. This is a hill, that's fine. And then this is supposed to transition to a lower area, which is fine. I guess we do have an option of just crossing. Now the problem is that I don't want the railway to be very high so that the boats could go under, because that's going to make this a pain. So I need to stay on the side. Could I hug this? Come from the back? I think I go through too many elevation hills that's not possible. Like to sneak this in the back like that. I don't think it's going to be a thing. Yeah, there's probably no chance I do that then. So I could run a rail on this side next to the highway. This is fine, and then we get to here. I guess I could go around this, right? So it's like we have an angle, and then we do like from here to here. And then how would that work then from that point? It would probably have a slight curve from here to here, and then this probably goes straight out. I want this to be the harbor area, so I probably... I don't know, man. This is tough. It wouldn't make sense to have the cargo harbor here. That would be what could work, though. You put the cargo harbor here so that the train only needs to connect to this setup. Funny thing is that we would run the train from the other side to here as well, though. Yeah, we can't do that. I want this to be a regular harbor for the passengers. And that's kind of where crossing makes sense. Man, I don't want to cross. I think he's going to clip through under the pillars. Alright, we're just not going to think about the road work for now. We'll do that next time. Okay, so what can we work on now then? I guess we'll just work on this right side over here. We know that that's going to have to feed into a forestry area that's going to be right here. Maybe it's going to be long instead of wide. Alright, so let's see what we got. So turn off the dotted lines. We're going to want a parallel line. Oh, shit. Parallel line. That goes out that way. Alright. Alright, so those are 4 squares to kind of simulate how it would look. And then I guess we will have a large tree area, because I don't think we actually make this, like, big. I probably have cul-de-sacs here before going into the forestry. And then I don't want this to be a big map, right? Because we still gotta populate this side. I probably just stop right here. So I'll probably pull this out so that it lines up. And then that way, when I run my cul-de-sac curves, it probably makes more sense. Yeah, so we'll do it like this. So 12, 11, 11. That is actually perfect. Alright, so 1, 2. It's not bad. If I were to pull a line, it probably looks like it has to be here. I probably want this connection. 1, 2, run that down. Oh, no, that probably doesn't work. Alright, let's delete one more from each one of these. And then I guess we could do this. This feels weird though. Like it feels like I'm not gonna have a lot of people here. Right? How widespread that is. How is it on this side? There's no traffic, right? Yeah, there's just not a lot of cars. I say that. There's a lot of cars right there. It looks like people crossing, though, have... Yeah, they're a lot more bunched up because there's fewer crossroads right here. I feel like I could sometimes visibly see when the pedestrians are crossing, when the cars stutter. We saw that right there for a little bit. Okay, so this is probably okay. The only problem is that I don't like how this goes here. So normally it would be here. So right, left, and then right, left. So it's close and then wide. That's kind of awkward, but I guess it works. And then from here we'll do a 440. And I think we just run this parallel. And I think from here, this is going to be where the train line wants to cut through. I think what makes a lot of sense is when I run the train line through, this is going to hug the train line. And we'll have a small pocket city. We'll have a couple entrances from the bottom side. Same thing on this side for this. And this is probably going to end up looking like a triangle. Most likely. This is probably just going to be a hug on the side like this. And then we'll separate this street from basically this mass. I think that has to happen. That way we could get the railroad. The railroad most likely is going to go under everything. That's the only thing that kind of makes sense. I don't want to run a train through the above ground. Because it's probably the best thing to do, but it's like I'll probably go under the highway anyways. So having the height kind of gradually go down makes a lot of sense in my opinion. It's either that or we go through the right side. And just ignore everything here. Do the swap, come out of here. And then go up. Huh. Cut through the valley? That's wild. See, the problem with that is that trains are not actually designed to climb elevation. The closer to flatland you are, the better the trains are. Inclines are not the business because of the amount of weight each train holds. It's never going to be in their best interest to go uphill. Okay. Doesn't feel like we have a route. It doesn't feel like we have a route. I need a route though. I feel like this train line is going to be detrimental to this area. So I actually can't design this yet until I decide on how to do the train line. Okay, so regardless of what happens here, we have to run something this way, right? It's likely to be parallel. I could push this out a little bit more and give it a little bit more space. That's probably the better thing to do. Not exactly parallel, but it's close by it. Run it parallel. We do the thing here. I can't hug this like a half circle. That's not possible. I like, you could try to do it, but it's like, this is a train, dude. Like, the game's gonna allow it to you, but it's like, it doesn't really make sense. And then it's also, I need to keep it elevated, I think, so that the underpass here makes sense. Oh, because this is already at the height, we maintain the height, so we're the same height as the freeway. And then this allows the rail to go along. That feels jank, man. So we go under, back up, follow, and then we're at height. Go here, go around. Have this go through this way. And then I need to end up to connect to this, because the harbor is going to be on this side. We could have space to do the connection with the rail. I'm not worried about that. Feels jank, man. Feels jank, man. I think that's the play. So we'll just set that up right now. Alright, so first things first, we gotta pull this out. Elevated, pull to grab height. It doesn't want to give me the height. That's unfortunate. Oh, it's because it's a road and this is a... Oh, okay. So this is probably +9. Let's have the 640 away. Right, first curve. Oh, it's probably not gonna be here, right? Yeah. Just given how that... Oh, shit. Just given how that actually fits, because it's coming from here. I should probably start the line here. 640... 640. That happens to be straight. Okay, so from here... Okay, so we need to go from here to here. Huh. Hug that. Come here. Go out this way. It would be so much better if I just decide not to have the harbor here. That would literally be best case. No harbor here. So that I wouldn't have to think about this. But then it's like, I think we need that harbor there. That's such a great spot. But it's like, how else would we connect this train line? This is the only thing that really makes sense. cleared from the boat. Alright, we'll just see. Honestly, at this point, man, we just kind of have to roll with it. Alright, so this comes out to here. 22,960. 62. So I can't, but I have an anchor point here, I guess. 74. Okay, that's an anchor point. 8. 59. So this is what? 1118? Oh, it's close. I could probably just take this. Okay, so here to here is 1120. Yeah, right here. And then it's here to here. Ah, crap. Okay, so... Come on, man. How come you don't give me a dotted line? Ah, that's the worst. Okay. We just have to take this. Here to here, I suppose. And then we gotta redo this part. Dude, that other node has no point in coming down. Alright, slight S-curve that I think is necessary. This is gonna be tough still, because I'll probably have the harbor like right here. I mean, we're gonna sink it down, so these are gonna be really tall legs. But man, that's tough. And then from here, we'll curl it out. So then from here, we need to basically hug this. So this gets deleted. So here to here, right? 520. 640. So it's here. Right? So that hugs that. And then this comes into here and then follows this. So we'll do what? 620 here? It should be here. $300. Force ground 300. Okay, that's fine. So this needs to curl out to here. So force ground 1380, 1080. So 300. So it's here. Okay. So we have a curve. I mean, I don't like this curve. It should be more gradual than this, but it's kind of like the angle we got. I could try to do a better angle then, a little bit higher up. Alright, so... Whoa. Oh, it's because I have height added. Ah, the terrain is compromised here, so I have to push it out. The smart move would be just to roll with it. Alright, so we'll be here. 1, 2. That goes here. That pulls out. And then... elevation problems. This part needs to stay grounded though. This is gonna be stupid to calculate. There's probably no easy way to do this. Yeah, this is gonna be stupid. Yep. Okay, so we're not gonna have a slight curl. We're gonna pull an S curve from here to here. So this is gonna be a little bit different. We're gonna use grounded unit measurements only. 10,680. Okay. Probably what? 4,000? $42. How long is 42? $70 units. Here to here. Yeah, that's not it. Let's go with the 3,000. That's close, actually. That's probably it. God damn. The problem with that is I can't actually draw my lines. Alright, so pause, force elevation is the best we could do, right? So here we're going for 3,000. God, I can't do it because it actually snaps to the node. This is the middle node, right? Alright, so that's that node, that's this node. We have to remove that. Alright, that's a lineup. So dotted lines are not your friends. Gonna go for the 3,000. So there's a line here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's fair. Okay. And then, oh, it's the terrain because it declined. Yeah, it's such a pain. Man, there's no real way of doing this. So we take this height, we have to pull this out. Okay. Here. Here. Okay, so we would go here. No dotted line, so it's 51. So it's about here. Oh, I can't do that. Highway's in the way. That sucks. We did all that work for nothing. Okay, we gotta go for a smaller setup then. So let's go with the 4. Oh no, I think regardless of what happens, this is always gonna fail. Yeah. It's just not gonna give me the curve, I don't think. This comes out this way. Nothing. Okay, it sucks. Oh no, I just don't have road guidelines on. There we go. That's weird, but it's fine. Alright, so I think we just can't do anything about that. So what's this? We're just gonna take the 240, man. Alright. So this comes straight out this way. This is a 4. Ah, shit. This is a 4. Okay, coming straight down. $16.20, so this is a little bit too long. $5.40. All right, nice. Let's go with the ramp here. And then let's ground this. And then we can massage that part. Feels bad, G. Yeah, if I play music on stream, I get copyright problem. That is 100% correct. Which is why I don't play music. We're going to adjust some of the highways. This is something I should have done before. Make it look a little bit better. Let's go with a 35-0. Pretty good. We could take that. Nice merge. I probably will have to adjust this again. Because this is a 3-lane highway. It probably eventually should be a 4. Whoa. This is just wrong, okay. There we go. Look at that. But that was because of the dirt road I placed, causing the AI to get compromised. Oh, I probably actually upgrade these to a 4-lane. I think I should. I think I should. I think we need to upgrade some of these, yeah. I probably will do that. But not yet, though. This is fine. Right here, though, it gets a little bit close. Alright, so we have a rail line here now. Now, how are we going to do it through here? The upside is a lot of these are already ramped. So we could curl out early to naturally get an underpass. Like, there's probably some way for me to go under everything like that, right? And then we need to go underneath the freaking highway. So that actually doesn't matter how we actually go through here, because we have to dig out a small tunnel. Alright, so let's try to figure out the type of shape we want. So I have to go underneath this 4-lane, and then I need to go under this highway. I also want to make it so that these two areas, it's going to be 2 areas, are cut in some shape or fashion. I don't know how I need to do this. I don't know how I need to do this. So this is gonna have to sink down, which makes sense, right? We'll probably have this go over the highway. I mean the railroad. So it should be somewhat underground, and then I need a line to kind of guide this. This probably doesn't matter, right? So what I think I'll do is I'll try to get as close to this corner as possible. I'll probably pull it from here. And then I probably just want to pull a random angle. That should be fine, so this comes out this way. We know that's going to connect, and then this is going to go out this way. I'll probably have to make it like a large curve, and then we'll go off the side, because it's like we got to go under the highway anyways. And then we'll probably delete this so that we could easily just turn into that. Now the question is that this is only going to be one railroad, right? We're not going to get a second one? Like a double line? I probably don't double line this. This is probably just single line. As much as I would love to double line, I don't think that's going to be feasible. Another thing is that should I use the same line for transport? You could technically argue taking the train from here to go to work here is actually feasible. That's technically very feasible. Taking the train from this side to get to work here. That's a far distance, right? So that's like justifiable, that they could potentially use the train to get to work. We could potentially use something like light rail. But I'll probably just keep it on one lane. That probably means I probably avoid putting in a cargo station. That's probably what I'll have to do. And then what I'll have to decide on is the length of the curve. What's going on, Macaboot? I see you over there. I want it to be an even curve, although the angle doesn't really matter. And I could start from here. This should be okay. Yep, I think we'll just take this. I'm just kind of down in the dumps because of real life. So I can't say I'm doing good or anything at that matter. So this is going to be 9 meters. And we'll do it like that. Oh, that looks mad jank, but it works. Now we're gonna have something here. Nah, man, I don't want to talk about it. Every time I've talked about it, it's only made it so that people leave, and then that actually makes the real life situation worse. Like, if I was just able to provide for myself, like, a lot of problems would be solved. But, you know, it's just problems like that. Being a full-time streamer, man, don't want to do it. So we could go here, I guess, to readjust this. And then I make this elevated. This is a 4-lane? 4-lane. Hey, Sella TV, thanks so much for the tier 1. It all adds up, and it all helps me out a lot. So hey, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it, man. This little guy behind me would say thank you as well, but you know, he doesn't know. He does appreciate it though. I'll probably move this here. Here to here is a 10, so I could move this here. And then this becomes a overpass. Alright, so we're gonna have a railway right here. And then we're gonna go underneath for the curve. It isn't always bad to say something if someone inquires. Good luck to you. Appreciate it. Celia TV, it's you know, previous experience. Every time I've said that, it's like, anytime I've talked about it, I don't really get help at all. So it's like, at this point, the experience trumps it. Macapoot, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate it. Life goes on. We may not always get to choose the path we follow, but there is always a light at the end. I've been in some lows in which your stream has provided me a distraction to move past. Bits aren't as valuable as subs, but hope it still helps. Hey man, thank you Macapoot. That really helps us out too. Hey G, would have given up to Macapoot. Thank you so much G. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the love. And look, a hype train. Let's go you guys. But hey, Magapoot, you know what it is. Welcome to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, I need to terraform this. Okay. So this is 220. This is already fixed. It is, okay. Back to work for me. I'll be around though. Appreciate Macapoot. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the support. All of that really helps. So we're going to set that up so that we could easily do the curve, but it should come out like this. We get the dotted line, and then we connect. Delete that. We easily go underneath the highway. That's pretty clean. I could probably double up on the bridge on both sides, and then make the terrain a little bit more gradual to be more accommodating for the rail line. And I'll probably widen the space where the rail line is, so we could have, you know, not a... I don't like it if you have a hill falling down into a railroad. This is a trap, basically. Somebody's gonna die. So I'm probably gonna want to smooth that out, of course. This comes out to here. Probably follow this under this overpass. Go underneath everything. And there's probably just gonna be trees here. Normal setup. Hey, Avol 813. Thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate it. Thank you for helping us out, adding into the hype train. Alright, so we have to make this connection now. So I think most likely this comes straight. Or, well, I think we maybe want to go up to like here. And then maybe do something like that. We probably push this down though. That makes a lot of sense. Avlo813 though, welcome to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the Mamba emotes. And if you guys didn't know, we have a Discord. If you guys are subbed, you should get all the benefits, right? So hop into the Discord. So you guys are in the sub-only channel. Sometimes we'll do giveaways there. Sometimes I'll ask the opinions of the other subs for if we want to change something up. But yeah, check it out. Find us on the Discords. Alright, so it's going to be a smooth underpass, and then from here, after we make the curve, we're going to start inclining and lining up to here. I'll probably delete a lot of this, so that we'll have a connection like that. And then that way, when we move uphill, it's going to be a little bit more gradual. I'll probably go from here to here. And then that's going to justify some of the terraforming we'll do. But for the most part, we're going to take this. So of course, we're going to have to take this. Follow the dotted lines. Now the thing we want to do is... There's two ways to make a curve. First things first, okay. We know that we have to go through here. What's happening on Discord? Oh no, it's that's where you guys could find me. All my announcements for the channel. If something happens, something changes, it will always be on Discord. And of course, there's a sub-only channel, so if you guys like, you know, we will occasionally have giveaways and things like that. Since I'm a streamer, sometimes the devs just want me to, you know, play their game. They'll give me a couple extra keys to give away. Otherwise, I'm not incentivized to really check out their titles. So it's like with that, you know, you guys get the keys. It's kind of nice. Alright, so we know that we need something like this. And then this comes out this way. 1860, 2160, that's 300. Wow, that's pretty good. That means I have to do this. Alright. So... I think we'll have to keep this terraform. I probably don't want to change that up too much. That's actually me. I'll probably be the person that's always up. I have sleeping problems. Sometimes I just can't go to sleep. So this is straight. So that means when we do the curve, it's easier to do. Okay. So I'll probably want to curve to here. 4860. No. 4860. That's pretty good. And then I want to look for that here. Wow, right here, huh? That's pretty good. Alright, so that's the line we know we connect to, and then now we have to terraform. Oh, I could smooth slope this. And then we could terraform afterwards. Yeah. I think that works, right? The game allows me to smooth slope this. So I could go like this. This lines up, and then we make the connection. Smooth slope forces the terrain to go with a smooth elevation line. So that's going to be what we utilize here. And that's going to be the smooth slope. You can see that there's a weird indent, and then we're basically just going to have to make sure that looks good. So that height is forced in. I'm going to hit a couple of undo buttons. Alright, so now we undid some of the natural terraforming, so that this is back to the original natural look. And we're going to basically just run this. I'll probably need a 75, something smaller. So I just want to give this a little bit of love. Like, yeah, it's by the river, but it's like, we gotta have this, right? So we'll go here, and we'll go from here. Right? So that's proper. Now we'll do that from here. That's proper as well. Now we can massage. We'll probably want to push this back a little bit. So we're going to bring this down to a 50.005. That's going to be at a 0, but it's fine. So now we hold right click and drag. We're pushing back the terrain slightly so that later when we massage it, it's going to be better looking. Of course, we have to double up on the bottom side. So the bottom side stuff right here gets pushed back even more. Alright, so now when we massage this, we'll use a 150 on a 10%. So we're going to pull the lines back effectively and try to get a smooth hill. And then it's going to look nice and clean. I could delete this. Right? Nice and clean looking. This needs to be pulled back a little bit more. And then the lines keep adding, right? So we got to pull back the lines every time another line is added. Alright, so we're going to go back to this brush, 001 this time. Okay, we need this. This needs to get pushed down by a lot. Gotta do what we gotta do. Alright, let's go back to this. 10%, not 100. This helps even out some of the lines, so it's smoother looking. Alright, so we have a nice hill now. Gradual, not really that steep, and that way we could put trees on this and not really worry about it. It's a little bit of blemish right here, and then I have to massage on the outside. I'll probably have to add it so that the cliff's more natural looking over here. What the hell, dude? What the hell just happened? Dude, holy shit! Holy shit! Avo 813! This guy was just a first-time chatter, dude. What the hell is that? Wait, did he even talk yet? This guy came in sub prime and then he threw 20 gifted subs. Dude, holy heck. I don't think he's even talked in chat. Dude, he hasn't talked in chat yet. What the hell is going on? This guy comes in, gives us 20 gifted subs, dude. What a legend. Avo coming in with 20 gifted. Custis. Kaheko the Fae. Pandy Ponda. GoLive 99. Gadal. Cerebral Drip. Potholed Saturn. Capri Wins. Monkey Swinkle. Team DX X Trubus. Stefan Falch. Kirk 76. Yang Molia. Sest 49. Yui Anger. Liana J. Bert 5412. Mind Fury. And Hector X67. If I said your name, dude, you just got a gift sub from freaking Avo 813. Holy hit. 20 gift subs, dude. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. I see you over there, man. Appreciate it. I'm a lurker. Yo, there's another guy with Avo. Dude, I see you guys over there. Thank you guys so much, man. Dude, what the hell? Lurker bomb. Oh my god, all the lurkers in chat. I'm this mini Twitch coming in with 5 gifted as well. We got that Amish brick. Yes. Oh man, without the capitalizations, it's hard to read the words sometimes. Tech Rock 27. Gorbash. Shifty Fish. Shifty Fish. I think that's how you say that. And then we have Lavi Joe. Thanks so much for the 5 gifted. I'm this mini Twitch. Paying it forward. Dude, appreciate you guys, man. Holy heck. Thank you guys so much. My god, man. Thank you guys so much. If you guys enjoy the content, I'm just happy you guys enjoy. And thank you guys for watching. And of course, thank you guys for the gifted subs. It really, really, really helps me out. This is my full-time job. I'm trying to do this balance between Twitch and YouTube. But since I've recently gotten partnered a couple months ago, I've been trying to focus on Twitch more. Because of that. And it's like, man, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really get gift subs. So appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys so much. It feels great to be a recipient. Hey, Bombi with a gift up to 380L. Thank you so much. I don't see you 380L. No, I see you over there. Appreciate it, appreciate it. I've been lurking on and off for a few weeks, and it's been a blast. I love watching games that have no business playing myself because I'm not as smart as you at this stuff. Hey, no worries. If you have questions, hey, ask away. But for the most part, as long as you enjoy the content, I'm happy. And thank you for the gift subs. This actually has a pretty big impact on my life, man. Holy heck. I don't see you 380L. I'm sorry. I see you over there now, though. But of course, Bombi would have given sub to 380L. Appreciate it. Honestly, man, it's like things like this, where it's like, I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's being an adult, but sometimes, man, you realize there's really not that much help or guidance in the world. And sometimes you don't know if anything you're doing is right. And it's things like this that kind of gives me that confidence again, that I'm doing something right that people enjoy. So thank you for the boost of confidence. Appreciate it. And yo, man, I'm just happy you guys enjoy the content. YouTube's very inconsistent as a social platform unless you're huge already with a content manager. Oh, I see you over there. Yo, man, appreciate you guys. Thank you everyone for all the gift subs. I hope it'll be better in the future, man. Worth it. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. 3DO, how are you? I see you over there. But of course, guys, thank you guys for lurking. A lot of the times as well, it's hard to meet the lurkers. Because, you know, if you guys find a community you guys enjoy, right? Sometimes you might not even say anything because you just like the vibes. So it becomes a tough thing for me because I don't really get to meet the people. Not that it's tough, right? It's like you see the numbers go up, but then it's like if the numbers go down, you start wondering if I did anything wrong. So appreciate you guys, man. Thank you, thank you. At the end of the day, nothing really matters. Just being the best you that you can be is all anyone could ever ask. You matter. Appreciate, man. Thank you, Macaboot. Thank you, thank you. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot what I was doing in the city. So we're just gonna plant some trees. I lost my train of thought when I was thinking about what I was planning on making right now. So we're gonna plant some trees. Got thrown a little bit off, but we good. This is good. This is good. Train. I was working on the trains. I hope they spend more time on the traffic AI. Did you see the dev diary? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it's gonna be any different than what the dev diaries are already showing us. I think it's gonna be whatever you see. Yeah, I think it's gonna be late October, October 27th. I might be wrong. Sometimes humans will be busy with other things, but if you love what you're doing, they'll be able to support you, my man. Yo, man. Sometimes, man, it's like, you know these things are supposed to be true, but it's like, you know, it's like, what's the word for that? Small sample size? Like in the grand scheme of things, if you look at it from a big scene and you have a large kind of like pool to kind of, you know, pull the data, it's much easier to see that. But it's like when you go at it day by day and you have kind of like a dry period, so to speak, it's you know, you're a victim of living in the moment. But man, sometimes all you need is that little boost. So thank you guys so much, man. I don't know how I could make it up to you guys. And if you guys have any ideas, let me know. I'm always willing to hear the feedback. Of course, it's not all of it gonna be like implemented. It's gonna be considered. But having some guidance like that, it's great, man. Home early, welcome in, Mocha. Hope you're doing all right. Maybe some more polish, some nice features, but yeah, what they're showing in the game, that's the thing. I don't think they're gonna do more than that, because I think they're gonna do the same thing where they let the modders kind of just run with it, and it becomes a situation where it's like, hopefully there's a good mod community. Like there was one in Cities 1, but I hope they make better decisions. Not the mod makers, but the devs. Because one thing is that it's like, it's weird. If you actually look at Skylines, it's not a game designed to actually be modded. That's the crazy thing. It's like City Skylines grew a modding community against all odds. You know what's funny, Bombi? There are devs from City Skylines 1 that makes mods. That's not even far from the truth. If you didn't know why City Skyline 1 sucks, is because of the legal requirement that they have, where they can't add too many things to the game because it's going to make the requirements, the computer requirements or console requirements, higher, right? So that means they already put in stone what their requirements are for the game. So they can't add any more features because it's going to be too heavy to run, and they're going to basically lie about the minimum requirement. That's the main reason why they couldn't add too many things to the base game. So guess what they did? Like the modders, they circumvented that by making mods. And there are, I think, a handful of devs that works for Colossal Order, the studio, not the publisher, Paradox, that go out of the way and say, oh yeah, I work for Colossal Order, and I made this mod. I really wanted this, and there wasn't one in the base game, so I made a mod for it. That's literally what they would say on the mod. And it's like, that's not a bad thing. It's like, you would want more toys. And then having a modder make it means that, you know, they understand the code and all that, so you don't have to worry about any of that. But they also understand that's really the big issue. It's not that, you know, the game's a problem. It's just the legal requirement of that. It makes it so that they can't add anything. But yeah, there are a handful of devs that work for the studio that make mods. And then the reason why I said what I said is because when you add assets to the game, the way the game's coded, the asset is added into a paging file and it costs 3 times the amount of memory. And the paging file for this game is 100% because of the game. There's nothing you could do about a paging file, and limiting a paging file makes the game run worse. I found that out recently. So if you put in a tree, and this is 1 megabyte for you to upload it as a file on your computer, your game loads this as 3 megabytes. So that's 3 megabytes of RAM you're using for that individual tree. Now those are example figures, but it's 3 times more heavy for the mods, if you didn't know that. So that's why it's kind of weird. Maybe I have a skewed perspective, but Cities has always had the mod manager as far as I've known it. The thing with that is... Wait, the mod manager? I'm not sure the mod manager you're talking about. That's why Follow made the mod workshop available on consoles. Yeah, Skyrim did the same thing. But the way they did it feels very scummy. They took the top 75 mods and copied it over. Right? And that's all they did. Like, you don't get any new mods after that. It's not like updating every so often. You just get a set of mods, and that's all you get. Oh, in the settings? Oh, yeah. The mod manager is because that's how you turn on unlimited money. That is part of the base game, yes. Do the mods get updated at least? I'm not sure, because Skyrim is like, hasn't been updated or patched recently. You would have to see if they have like a new overworld rehaul, because they do have Sky Oblivion, which was pretty cool. They modded Skyrim so that it was the Oblivion world or something, and they made like new quests, new worlds, new cities, but it's a mod. So it's like, I don't know if they have that. That's more recent, like within the last 2 years. A lot of the old Skyrim stuff just, you know, doesn't run that much anymore. Like, you just have something that was made 5 years ago when Special Edition came out. So optimized for Cities 2 is the best thing. That's honestly all I'm thinking is going to be added in. When Skyline 2 comes out, we're basically going to have some mods be part of the base game, and then everything else is going to be just nothing. Like, it's going to be the same thing. That's what I actually expect. I don't expect Skylines to be a new, better game. I expect it to be the same thing, but a lot of the mods are rolled in. we already have confirmation that the map size is going to be the same. So someone measured out the 25 tile size that you would normally have without mods, and that's what the publisher, Paradox, is actually referencing when they talk about that the new cities map is going to be a lot larger. Now, the thing is that they don't mention that 81 tiles is the same size. And someone measured it, and 81 tiles is going to be about the same size. You lose like 20 square meter in this size. So it's like it's negligible, right? 20 square meters. And the funny thing is that Cities 1, that 5x5 box, right? That I was talking about, that's, you know, base game. You have 2 extra squares, so a 7x7 and a 9x9, right? That would be on the outside edge that you wouldn't be able to bring your camera past. The idea originally was that they wanted to feel like a really big world, so they didn't want you to see the edge of the map like this. Guess what's happening in Cities 2? One of the selling points that they have is that Cities 2 lets you build to the edge of the map. So effectively, it's the same size map. It's just at 81 tiles as base game now. So yeah, it's like a lot of the advertisements, it's not even like a new feature if you played modded Cities 1. And a lot of the features in Skylines 2 is exactly that. What happens on the edge of the map, you don't want to look. The edge of the map is the jankest thing known to man. People don't drive into your city, they walk in and then they summon a car. That's how this game works, and that's the reason why your traffic is never at 100% flow. Because your citizens start at 0 miles per hour from parking and then drive from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. And then these cars, before they could actually hit the wall to despawn, they slow down. That impacts your traffic flow. It'd be like that sometimes, man. This game is jank. Ocean falls off, Lamo, yeah. Edge of the world right there. Alright, so back to the rail. We were working on the rail, right? Alright, so we were working on it from this side, so this is good. I'll have to terraform this. And then I need to make the connection here. Alright, so I don't know if I'll actually have a train line, like a cargo line. If we do, it'll probably have to be back here, due to the fact that that's really the only thing that makes sense. Because this is going to have to sink underground, so we have to trim this backwards. I wouldn't mind a large curve for that. That's pretty fair. And I just do an overpass road. Alright, so we're going to ground this. And then we need the dotted lines. So this is straight out. I need this line. And then I need this. Alright, so we are grounded. This goes out to here. 24. 2004. Okay, so that's 360. Alright, we can take that. I see you, Mocha. Yeah, it's funny that people run in and spawn a car when you could just spawn a car with people in it. I don't know what the logic is with that, honestly. I just know that that's kind of just how the devs want it. Dude, is it raining over there? What's up with that humidity? Y'all see that, man? Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. So this has to be here to here, 960. Oh, I need to... Okay, I messed up. I need to do this, and then I need to do 1, 2, 3. There we go. So now we're lower. And then now I could do this. And then I should be able to get this curve. Just like that. Alright, so this is so that we could have the road go over smoothly. And then from here, we can start inclining. And then we'll probably incline up this, which is not bad. We'll probably have separate trees here. Probably don't have a train line. If anything, we could probably sink down a street from this side to have a train line here so that the passengers could get on. Sunken train line right here could be a play. And then it will look kind of nice. They could just take this line and go to work over here. Or use that as a train tourism line. Use that as a setup, potentially. Oh, we need police. Okay, we need some police over here. Got a little bit of crime. Hopefully they'll be okay. It's hard to breathe, it's not even raining. Devs like the look. Funny must be part of the game. Yo man, I don't know why it's like that. We just know that it is. Okay, so from here, we're gonna redo this slide in its entirety from the back. Okay, so on the terrain height, this is actually flat. Okay, that's good. So what I will want to do is, we are gonna take this. This is gonna be a grounded line. And then this is gonna be another line. Run straight. Run straight, and now we need the midpoint. All right, so here to here, 4140. Here to here, 40. Okay, so it's literally one unit. Nice. So we delete that, delete this, and then I'm a force ground. Actually, could I actually reverse the angle? Like this? That works, right? Because I'm curving down. Are we able to look? Bot for each country? Yeah. As long as it shows up and it's not like someone tried to Google the weather. Not the Google the weather. So someone tried to use the weather command to check out the weather on Mars. Yeah, it doesn't work. Doesn't work, man. Alright, there we go. I saw someone struggling to do Georgia, country, not the state. So I don't know if you guys will have problems with that. Or is it the other way around? State, not the country? %95 humidity, and it's not raining? Jeez, what's wrong with you guys' weather, dude? Yo, humidity sucks, because that means you guys probably have a lot of mosquitoes, too. They love the humidity. Dude, what's up with you guys' humidity, man? Jesus Christ, 95%? That's impressive. It really is. Gotta wonder what's causing all that. You killed like 10 mosquitoes today? Dude, I hope you don't have any bites. Mosquito bites are the worst. I didn't know, but there was a mosquito camping out the walls till I fell asleep. And I woke up with 10 bites a couple days ago. And I got utterly destroyed. I've been just itching, man, for the longest time. I hate mosquitoes. They all deserve to die in a fire. Did you guys know that if mosquitoes were to all get wiped out, we would lose a big population of fish? Did you guys know that? And then it's like a lot of, I think it's amphibians. I think that's what it is. The mosquitoes provide a lot of base level food for a lot of ecosystems. And you actually can't have them die. Because if they die, we lose a lot of food ourselves. A lot of like frogs and those, you know, pond life like that immediately gets wiped out. Will you create just one track for the train? Yeah, just one track. I don't think we need a second one because I'm not going to be using this for much. And I did think about adding a second track. I just don't think we'll need it. I was thinking about potentially getting a second one, but I don't know if we want to. Dude, Phoenix sucks, dude. 42 degrees? Man, it's hot over there. And it's dry as hell, dude. Yo, Green Knit, I hope you have chapstick. Because if you don't, you might be, crack a smile and you're gonna start bleeding. Mosquito larvae and pods, etc. Yep. I saw a spider in my basement this morning. I left it there. Then I remember the story and you went back. Oh, man. Is the mama food on the list accurate? Let me know, G. DM me on the Discord afterwards. But I'm not gonna lie, Mamba hasn't really eaten a lot of wet food because of the weather. I am trying to feed him, but sometimes he'll just lick it a couple times and he'll leave it there, and then it dries up. So wait, I still have a good amount. I am testing it to see if he eats it though. But yeah, we'll talk later about that on Discord. Alright, so far so good. I still got a tree up this side. We still got to tree this up. Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha, G. Appreciate it, appreciate it. 2 tracks, well, it depends. I think if we use this for cargo, I think we're gonna want 2 tracks. I just haven't decided if I needed to. It makes a lot of sense that we would. Because what I would want to do is, this would be purely forestry, and we're gonna be just growing trees here and cutting them down. That's gonna be literally what we do. Grow trees, cut them down. And then we're gonna get all the lumber processing on this side. How are you making so much money? Oh, so Green Knit, if you didn't know, for new players especially, if you have trouble making money, the strat is, you guys can't really tell, but I build a starter city and then I gut it out afterwards and I relay everything out. So this is post gutting everything out. So what I actually do is I recommend playing the game with the normal setup that you have. Don't redo any of the highways yet. Just make sure that, you know, you're playing efficiently. You do tight grids like this, box grids. You put industry on one side, residential on the other, right? And then you just play like that, and you're trying to hit this milestone. Small city. Now, it says 8,500 right here, but the value actually changes depending on the map that you're playing on. But for my map, which is the Maze Valley map, it's 8,500. Specifically, you're getting this because it unlocks 2 policies, small business enthusiast and big business benefactor. That is all you literally need, and read what that says. Doubles your commercial sales. And guess what? If I go into my tax revenue, I am getting 30 grand from commercial. You see that? 30 grand. And I only have low density. Look at my pop, 33,000. My residentials are giving me good money as well. Residential zones are always good money. But you almost get nothing from industry. So because commercial is where you make the most money, typically outside of residential, and it's like you only get residential if you have jobs and all that, that's a different thing to go into. Doubling the sales for this is so strong. So I would go from 3,000 weekly income to the current 19,000 that you're seeing. Now, if you play effectively, you could easily go up to 20,000 and not have to worry about money anymore. I should actually be around 30,000, but I'm actually paying for these roads right here. These roads. If you didn't know, each road has a weekly upkeep. Right, you see that? That's 80 cents per week per cell. Guess what? This is 10 cells right here, the blue area that I have with the blueprint. So this costs me $8 every week that goes by here. And you could see the days go by fast. So when you have empty roads that are not being used, especially highways, you're spending a lot of money on upkeep. So that's actually why my monies are not actually as high as it should be. I have a lot of empty roads. But that's going to be what you want to do. Play the game, use the starter freeway, build grids, and then once you get to small city and you tick these 2 boxes, you're also going to unlock high-tech housing. This is good for just land value, and this attracts more residents to your city. You basically have millions of dollars, and then what I do is I gut out the roads. So all of this highway is redid by me. And, I'll start working on projects like a switchback up the mountain, because we are going to live on this mountain. So it's like you got to have like realistic design. Switchback going uphill, and then a little living space, keep going uphill, another living space, right? So we have money to do that now. It's especially the terraforming, right? We know that's where it's the most expensive. And then, yeah, we could spend money on trees, redo the roads, do a little bit of a unique design. I've been playing this game for over 5 years, believe it or not. And I don't watch any other streamer. I don't watch any guides. I don't watch any content for this game. Everything that I do and learn is organic to myself. So I don't look at any other content, and I just play the game. But yeah, I've been playing for... I have over 3,000 hours on this game of playtime. So it's like, yeah, I just have a lot of time. It's not a humble brag though, because it's like, I'm just telling you guys how much time I've spent wasting on playing this game. You taught yourself the highway setups. So I taught myself how to build. Because what it is that this highway setup is from real life. This is not a unique setup to myself. A lot of the concepts from this is stemming from real life interchanges. So what I do is when I was learning how to build an interchange, I needed this system so that I was obsessed with symmetry. So I needed to figure out if I were to do a loop on this side, how to make it identically symmetrical on the other side, right? Because that's this design. You could fold it in half right here, technically, right? And then it should be a perfect mirror. So I wanted to learn how to do that. So what I would do is I would go on Google Maps, look at the Google Maps interchange, and try to figure out what it's trying to do. And then once I do that, I try to recreate it. So I've gone through and created a lot of different interchanges as a result. And then that's kind of how I learned how to build and design roads the way I do. It's basically learn to build the interchange. I have a set of habits. I kind of, what do you call that? Create the habit, I guess is the right word. We create the habit by learning how to build this properly so that it's always the same. And then with that, we kind of just start moving on to the roads. The road thing, it's a lot of just things. So I build with a 1 space gap right here is because you might see it. I have the option now of adding in a walkway in the middle. Now this might not seem like it's worth it, but if you go on to the main street, I actually continue this pattern all the way through right here, right? So technically if I look here, there's a pathway here. You can see citizens take it, but I could actually run a pathway from here all the way down and it doesn't destroy a house. So I build in this pattern so that I potentially have this opportunity. I could build a sky network and then this will allow the citizens to we could do this now. And then this could be the way the citizens cross the street instead of crossing over here, which slows down the traffic, right? If the citizens happen to cross and a car is moving at the same time, the cars will slow down. So one of the things you want to do when your population is higher is that you want to add these walking paths so you could circumvent crossing at the intersection. Now, this is very good at the high density zone which is this is going to be the downtown. Because once you get high density commercial, high density residential, you're going to have so much foot traffic because it's going to attract a lot of people, where you're actually going to need this walking path. So I have a habit of doing the one space gap in a certain pattern like that for that exact reason. And yeah, that's kind of how I've kind of gotten to this playstyle. I like right-hand curves, I like certain designs and patterns, and then there's the highway logic that's basically manipulating the AI that you're trying to keep in the back of your mind, because you understand that the AI is going to always take the best route, so you can never make a route that is a clear-cut better route than everything else unless it's a highway, right? So because of that, you kind of have like certain things influence certain designs. Like one of the things to talk about would be I didn't need this connection here, right? But effectively, this road was getting overloaded by the number of trucks because this was the only connection to the industry. So I needed to split the traffic, and a lot of the times, because of the proximity, you have things like this. You have this bubble of people that if they want to go this way to here, they have to go that way, right? But then you have these bubble of people as well that are always going to take this regardless of what happens. By giving them a road here, right? This was too far for them to take, so then they would always want to take this. This would basically cut the amount of cars here from 100 to 50, so in half, right? If we were to look at it with some values. So that way, when you have less vehicles, you have less opportunity of cars causing a backup or creating traffic. So you have to think about having kind of like a setup that only appeals to a certain proximity of people. Like another reason would be this. You could argue that you always want to take the highway because it's a faster speed to drive on, and then you would be able to get from here to here every time. But I have a backside road that is half the speed of the highway, yet we get a lot of people using it all the time. These people, if they weren't going to drive on this, probably would have took the highway. So this is, although not appealing to the people like here or here, it's good for the people in the back that want to go specifically to just right here. And then because we have those splits, you manage traffic a little bit better. So a lot of the times you can't have, you know, single entry points. That creates a bottleneck effectively. And you got to basically create multiple points of entry, so you got to think about that design setup for your grid, for the highway and all that. So it's like that all comes together into my build style. I'm sorry for the rant. I just got into the how I play the game. But yeah, I play it in a very particular style that I don't think anyone else really plays. Have you ever drove on an intricate highway like this? This design, actually, is something I see every day. I don't know if this is intricate, but this is a cloverleaf from highway to local, and the design I actually see is identical to this. You break out, and then the first exit makes a right. If you take the second exit, it makes a left. And then this is a connected island. So I don't know if this is intricate. I took this design from real life. It's not an overpass in real life, it's an underpass actually. And then the freeway is actually ground level like this. But yeah, this would basically be that. Now, something like this is actually something I've driven on in LA. This is another common design, kind of. Very, very common design. This is, I think if you take the 5 freeway, if you're in California, you'll eventually hit one of these. I want to say. It's not that bad, because when you're driving on it, it's you don't see the elevation or anything like that. You only see that it's this type of interchange because of the bird's eye view, right? Because if I were to follow this guy, right? Like, he doesn't really get to see much. It's like, okay, there's a ramp. Oh, okay, there's a merge. Cool. We'll just keep driving. We get our own lane. Cool. We merge. Gotta change lanes. right? So it's like, this is actually not that bad. And the only thing you need to think about is, I think the scarier thing to think about on a highway is elevation height. So a lot of the times, that's actually the only thing you have to worry about when you're actually designing a freeway. Typically, you're not going to want to have every ramp just be on a separate level. So you have your ground level, and then you have your first elevation level, right? You typically don't go higher than this, because it's like a car being that high, something goes wrong, you know, and then it's like if there's an accident on the turn that happened before, it's like you don't want anything bad to happen. And then it's like you typically just don't want to be too far up, because the taller the pillar, the more chance of imperfections you have. And then it's like, yeah. So a lot of the times you want to try to make a 2-level highway if possible. Of course, that means the underpasses like this are very lucrative. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's mesmerizing to watch you build stuff like this you build. It literally seems like magic to me sometimes. Oh, it's experience. It's experience. It's kind of like, to put it in words that's easier to kind of understand, it's kind of like watching someone play with redstone on Minecraft for the first time, and you not understanding what redstone does. But you have a, basic idea, you just don't know the entire potential. And then when you see them do something you've never seen before, or it looks like they're just making a mess with the redstone, and then it just becomes a music box, right? And it's like, oh my god, is that freaking Rick Ashley? And I'm getting Rick rolled? And it's like, you're just in awe, right? And that's really what it is. That's just the experience right there. The 69 interchange. It's not done yet, but the 69 interchange, it is here. It is here. I admit this view isn't bad, right? Is it the same with Oni? Oni is similar, but I approach it the same way, 100%. Oni isn't exactly the same, but I approach it the same, because it's more of a logical approach. Because it's like, you got to think about it this way. Anytime I'm doing a curve, anytime I'm doing any type of connection, oxygen not included, that's the other game I play. So let's argue that I need to connect 2 roads, right? This is a really good example for those of you guys who are learning how to do a proper curve. Let's say you have 2 roads and it's approaching each other. If you want the best looking curve, you actually want a balanced curve. So a lot of the times what you want to do is you want to find the midpoint, right? You want to find the midpoint between these 2 roads, right? Now the problem is that, oh hey, look, this is the midpoint. I'm gonna just go here, and then I'm gonna make the curve. And then you might look at the curve and you go, man, that looks ugly. And it's like, you don't know what to do. I actually, when I look at things, I try to make it make sense. So it's like, if I want a nice looking curve, I believe you need to have a balanced looking curve. So that means that the midpoint intersection should be the middle, and it should be able to be mirrored. So in able to do that, you actually want to measure distance to both connection points, and you want to usually take the lower of the 2, or of course you could adjust both. But you can see the construction cost is 240, and this is 500. So of course the difference is 260. So now the midpoint now is 240, 240. So I added an extra segment. So now when I do the curve, it's a nice even curve, right? So it's like, it's a logical approach in that sense, because I need to have steps that make it make sense. And I don't want to do anything willy-nilly like this, because it's like, it's not going to always look good. It's not calculated. So I approach Oni the same way. There has to be a reason why I do something the way I do it, and then I need to think about the game and its mechanics. But it's like, that's a simple design, right? Maybe something more intricate is maybe you have 2 roads like this, and maybe you want to connect this, and you want to do a wave line, and you don't know how to do a wave line. What you actually could do is just do this anchor point, and then depending on how the wave you want, you basically choose how the distance is. So let's use 10. Right? So then here to here is 10 units, here to here is 10 units, and then we just connect the ends. Now what you do is, from this dotted line, you pull it up by 10, and then you go to the grid, right? So it's about right here. So here to here is about 10. And then we do the same thing here. Yep, so it's here. So this is 10, that's 10. So guess what? You could delete this part and this part. And then you get a curve, and then you do the same thing here. Guess what? You connected the 2 points, now you have a nice wave line. And it looks nice. Now that might not be what you want. That is a variation of the S-curve. There is a proper S that you could actually make as well. So that requires you to do a couple other things though. So you do this, you have to guesstimate here. So this is 10 like last time. And then when you connect these two lines, that's a 640. This needs to be double the length of this segment. So this is 200. This should be at most 400. So that means this is not correct. So I probably need to add this to 12. So we're gonna go up to 240. Right? Because these twos gets extended, the distance changes. So that's 600 now. Still not enough, it's 480. So we're gonna go up to 14. So 280, 280. And then this is 600. That's actually really close to the point where I'm gonna do something different, where I adjust a curve on the other side. So this is where the line was before. We'll pull this down. So this is 300. And then we'll do it same over here. So this goes down 300. So guess what? 300, 300, 600. Now all we got to do is find the middle point here. 300, 300. That's a line. And then I could delete this. And then we could delete that. And guess what you have? A perfect S-curve. Equal curve on both sides. It's a proper S because the curve on this side and curve on this side are mirrors of each other. And then that's how you get a nice wave line. A lot of the times, like, that's something a lot of people try to do and just don't know how to do. But those are two variations of the S-curve. You got the extension in the middle or a properly curved S. And you could do this every time, right? Because of the way I showed you how to do it, you could make this every single time without fail. And that's how I think. I need to be able to think things through. So I have to be able to see the steps. I wish I had a clip of these. There's a lot of little things like that. Magic, very satisfying. Hey man, I'm just happy you guys enjoy. You're a wizard, Harry. Be like that sometimes. I don't got no scars on my face though. Brigade, what's good? I see you over there. But yeah, there's a lot of little things like that to learn. And then there's a lot of rules too. I guess one rule that's unique with this game is angles. Have you guys remembered geometry? You guys remember geometry class? You guys would learn about angles. This is a line, otherwise known as a 100-degree angle. If I draw a line perpendicular to this, we're going to have what's known as a 90-degree angle. So one of the things in this game is that rule of thumb, you guys remember after 90 what we learned? Obtuse and acute angles, right? That's basically less than 90, more than 90. And then it's like less than 180, more than 90, less than 90, more than 0, right? So obtuse and then acute, right? The two different angles that we have. This game actually has rules different for which angle you have, one or the other. So in this game, you could easily do a hug. So a hug is something like this. This is 20 and then 20, right? So then if I draw this 20 and that 20, it's a perfect slice or a quarter of a circle. Now from this, you could easily hug this every time and it's never going to become a problem. What I mean by that is I pull this out by 11. I pull this out by 11. And because of how this works, this is 31. 31. I could do this and keep hugging this curve and have a perfect line each time. Right? That's only possible with angles at 90 degrees and higher. That means you could do it for a 90-degree curve and an obtuse curve. You can't do this curve and hug it with the acute line. The game doesn't allow you. So what does that mean? That means, well, actually, I should keep this here as an example. We have that go in, and then we have this right here. The game doesn't allow you to do an acute angle curve. Acute angle curve is effectively if I want to do this, and then I wanted to do that, right? So this is what I usually call a hook curve. So you will have situations like this where the angles come in like that, and then you have a acute angle here because it's less than 90. This is 160, that's 180, so I could pull this forward by one, so it's going to be like that, that. So now when I measure this, 140, 160, what the hell is that? All right, we're going to force this in. So now when we look at this, it's 180, 160. Okay, that's jank. There's a little bit of a rounding issue going on. All right, so now that we do that, we have this right here. So guess what happens? If you do this, and if I do that, and I try to do this curve, because it's the same thing as us trying to hug this curve. Actually, I need a marker here. Because I need to go like this. Right? Because that lines up with that. And then I could go like that. I have exactly one square space here. That's the crazy thing. Right? So let me upgrade that. I have exactly one square space here. That means that I could do this. Oh, actually, I need the grid here, huh? To make it easier for me to draw this, I'm gonna do this way. I should have this, right? One space gap, and I should be able to perfectly run that through. And you can see that I can. This space is wider. You actually can't hug it that well, right? You can't get a perfect hug. So let me show you what I mean. So if I do this, and I do that, and I run this setup in between the grid, run it to the dotted line, and then I run this down. It's to here, I think, and then I go like that. I actually did not break a single square with the zoning. It's perfectly in the middle, because that's measured. Right? This is perfectly in the middle and calculated. I like it when this happens, so I had to figure out why this breaks differently. Because when you run this, it does not look like that. Right? Because we delete that. Just like how we deleted that line there. And then when you try to run this, it's like the weirdest thing. Right? You go up to the dotted line, just like you should. And then when you run the hook, which is kind of right there, it goes in between, but the spacing is a little bit more. So it becomes weird that the protrusion is a little bit more kind of accentuated. So it's like there's weird things with this game with the how they kind of calculate that. Right? Because this is a perfect hug. I don't have any extra space. I could actually put extra trees. Now, I'm not talking about this space right here. Right? Not this dead space. Like immediately next to the path. I actually have some space on the left and right. Like it widens out. And then it shrinks back. That never happens on a 90 and above curve angle. It's like small things like that. It's really weird. But yeah. You learn a lot about this game when you play the game and don't look at guides. And you're also like to experiment. And you're curious about how the mechanics work. You'll eventually get to where I'm at. It's weird, man. Does the AI act the same through both curves? Do they get messed up in more acute angles? It is true depending on driving speed. So the best example would be this loop. So if you didn't know, I'm using a mod. And this mod allows me to do one thing. And let me show you right here.
Alright, so I am gonna dumpster this, right? And you see how this looks like? Watch the cars who take this. They slow down to take the turn and then they speed up. Right? So it's dependent on angle and speed. So at certain speeds, and each road has a speed associated with that, you can see on the right side of the screen that popped up, speed 30. If you go into a highway, the speed is at 100. I believe this is kilometers per hour. What happens is that this is a 80-kilometer road because they have to slow down to take the turn because the turn is too tight. Guess what happens if I widen that setup? Right, 25 all. Oh, he fucked up. All right, he's trying. There we go. All right, we can't use that as an example. We see the second guy. He drives a little bit faster, actually. He drives a little bit faster because the angle is a little bit more convenient for him. So you could actually make it so that some turns are so tight that the cars have to slow down, but you only typically see this on the highway. Because a lot of the times when you're on the small roads, making the turn, you don't slow down that much, just because it's you're going already pretty slow. So to answer that question, the angles doesn't matter, it's how tight the turn angle is. Now, if they're driving on a curved road, there's no effect. But basically, if I were to make this loop a little bit too small for this loop to elevate and go make a left turn, they have to slow down on the entirety of the turn. But outside of that, that should be the only thing that affects that. What the hell is this? These motherfuckers are swerving on purpose? Why is everyone doing this? Everybody's drunk, boys. Holy shit. That's illegal. What the hell, dude? I've never seen this before. And everybody's doing it. This is impressive. I'm actually impressed. What's happening here? Nothing's stitched here. This is Cities 1 AI, boys. Full form. This is why we need Cities 2. There's literally no reason why they actually do that. Wow. I don't know, man. It's like, this is weird. They actually go to the top lane and then go back to the bottom. Yeah, so you're only able, if you didn't know, these circles are actually important. These circles are known as nodes. These nodes in the game are the only instance where the cars are allowed to change lanes. So in between the nodes, the cars have to drive straight. And then they could only change lanes on the nodes. That's actually important for road design. Because if you don't have a node here, and you have a tight setup like this, if this guy makes a right, he's okay to go straight, right, or left, right? Because it's a 1 lane. But if that was a 4-lane road, right? You could only make a right on the right lane. And then you have to be on the, you know, left lane to go. Well, if you're on any other lane, you can't make a right into here. So it's like you have to make sure you have nodes in between so that if a car makes a left here, he's not guaranteed to go straight. Because if they want to make a right into this, they should be allowed, right? So you need a node to allow them to make a left and then merge right and then make a right. It's like small things like that that you probably don't think about or don't even know exists. But that's a mechanic in the game. If you actually have a road with no nodes, they can't change lanes. It's really weird. They make a drunk drive on a node change. Yeah, I don't know why that was doing that. It's really weird interaction, to be honest. All right, so that was a lot of talking about the game. If you guys have any more questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, we're going to be heading back into this. So the train line's in here now. And this is all right. So this comes out this way. And then I need to connect this over to that side. You know what, man? I know this is gonna take like an hour if I actually create a tsunami. So I am not gonna connect that today. We are instead gonna work on the train connection here so that we potentially have a cargo line and then start working on the grid on this side. I think that's gonna be pretty good. All right, so of course, one of the things I always like to have is a parallel road. So we pull this up, one space gap, and you run a parallel road with the 4-lane. And you let them drive like that. Well, it's because the other highway isn't active yet. I think once I actually connect this to a road on this side, it probably fixes that problem. Because this connection goes to a dead end. I think that's what's causing the AI to be a little bit weird. Once we actually zone this side and get the connections in, because these are all dead ends, well, technically you could drive back, but then you drive into a one-way, so it breaks. I think that's what's causing it. Outside of that, I think until we fix that, it's always going to happen. How long's the cat been sleeping? Ever since I started streaming. My cat doesn't sleep until I stream. Because when I'm streaming, he feels safe. It's weird. I don't know how to really describe that. But Mamba only kind of really feels safe when I'm streaming. Yeah, he'll wake up, reposition himself, and then he'll go back to sleep. He's a great kitty cat, though. My cat's the best. And he's a Scottish fold. If you know what those are. My talking makes them comfortable. I thought about that. I think that's the case as well. I just don't know if it's actually true. Another thing is that when I'm streaming and I'm talking, I guess because of my voice. Okay, I gotta terraform the bottom. He knows that I'm here. And if he knows I'm here and he doesn't hear me open the door, I think he knows that he's safe because of that. But that's really it. I don't know what it is, though. I want to say that's it, though. I'm surrounded by kitties as well. They're the best. Honestly, I've been thinking, man, I need to get a friend for Mamba. But it's like, I don't know if he likes being the only cat. I have heard that cats, typically, if you get a cat, you probably want to get a second cat so they could be friends. And they have companionship. And it's like, Mamba's my only cat, so I kind of like, I'm worried about that. Kitties are the best, though. Is the highway with the bridge base game? Bridges, yes. So bridges in this game are weird. Bridges in this game are weird. So bridges occur. Oh, you got hit by an ad, I think. Feels bad. I'll green it, man. I'll talk to you in a little bit. I just have access to stray cats. I used to have that as well. And then when I got a cat, my cat started fighting with the stray cats. Cats are hit or miss. Some enjoy company, some prefer to have their master for themselves. Yeah, that's the thing. Mamba, he's spoiled. 100%. I know he's spoiled. Because I give him everything he wants. I know he's spoiled, man. Oh, nice. I see you, Ariana. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be something I'm going to be looking at. I don't have any monies right now. So, like, I can't really do that. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be happening anytime. But hey, if I do a rebranding in the future, I'll, you know, try to reach out. But yeah, I'm not in a good position to do that right now at the moment. Oh, the bridges you were at with the dead end. Oh, these. Yeah, so this is a bridge. This is a bridge. So in this game, bridges happen after a certain height level. So if I go like this and I go like that, you could see that when I go like this, there is just a regular open setup. But when I pull it a little bit further, you could see that it has the roofed top. This is a bridge asset, and each bridge is a different asset depending on the road type you have. So this is a bridge asset for the dirt road. So I could actually show that over here. I have a bridge button actually. So we have that right here. That's a bridge road. The really nice ones are actually the boulevards right here. Where are my boulevards? Oh, did they put that at the end? Feels weird, man. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, so we have a large avenue. These are actually really nice. This large avenue right here looks really good. Because the center is a sidewalk. And look at that setup. So you drive on the outside and the center is a sidewalk. That's such good design, dude. Such a good design. And then the bridge looks nice. And then the original 4-lane road looks like this. This is alright. And then your highway bridge, right? It looks like that. I like this. I really do. The only problem is that it's not practical. For your citizens to get into the center sidewalk, that means they have to cross the street into the center, and then that means they're going to cross back out later, which potentially means you have traffic, and then you can't actually add like a pedestrian path for that, right? Like to connect this so that they could just skip the, you know, driving part and go into a path-only setup. Can't actually connect that. Feels bad. I actually saw that. You got hit by an ad, right? I was like, oh, he probably got hit by an ad. And I actually didn't say anything. So no worries. You actually didn't miss anything. Alright, so we're going to push this in. Because I want a street here. I need to pull this out. And ideally, I think we run a street going across. So I think I do that. A little bit tough. Right, that's what I want. This doesn't matter then. And then we'll just start doing road connections from here. Alright, so I'm going to use the same distance that's here, 300. So we're going to do the same thing over here, 300. And then this is a immediate setup. Oh. I will do a different design here. We're going to do a right-hand design. And then... it shouldn't honestly matter. Well, if I do that, and I don't want to do this... so it ends up looking like that. But then I could just add this and be the same thing anyways. Effectively, yeah. Yeah, we do it like that then. So we do a 1-2, 1-2. So I like doing a right-left pattern. That way we split these into 3-way T's instead of a 4-way intersection. 4-way intersection loses about 33% efficiency when compared to that. So that's going to be the reasoning why I changed that off. I think we have to do this because this is a little bit long. That we can't space it out like this. Because this is short, right? After that main street, you don't go too far back. So I think we're going to need to do the spacing over here. So here. Oh, crap. And then the last turn right there. Alright, so I think this changes. Because I think this should go this way. Because I think we're going to have to sink this down. Right? So I'm probably going to need this to go down that way. And I'll probably want to flatten this. And I want the train yard on the top. The passenger train line. Yeah. It's going to be on this side. So we know that's going to be fit into there. And then we know on this side. This is going to be 440. Oh, I didn't do that here, even though I had it, right? Alright, we'll just do 11. So the rest of that's fine. Looks good, looks good. Do you expect the AI in the new game to have improved mechanics? Because they drive me absolutely nuts half the time. Having to cater things because they are dumb is annoying. I think it's already been improved. So because this is a simulation game, one of the problems that is inherent with every simulation game is how often you update the AI. And that's fundamentally the problem with the AI in this game. The best way to describe it is, do you guys remember back in the day when we used to have, what is that? MapQuest? You guys remember MapQuest? Before Google Maps became a thing, we used to use MapQuest. You guys remember that? And do you guys remember how that worked? So MapQuest, this was back in the day before they actually had traffic on the maps, right? So you would look up directions to an area and they would tell you how to get there. And guess what? You would follow the directions regardless of the traffic because you don't want to get lost. That's exactly how the AI works. The AI, when they spawn in, they already know the exact route they're driving. I click on this guy, right? And click on his route. His route is predetermined. He knows where he's going to. He knows exactly when he's going to change lanes, right? He's going to change lanes. He knows exactly when. Right here. He's going to change lanes right there. It's like, how the hell is this motherfucker going to know he's going to change lanes right here, you know? But he's like, he's going to do it right there. Right? His entire route's planned out. And then he's going to go this way. It's going to take the top lane. And then he's going to change lanes twice right here. Exit. Right? And then he's going to change lanes right here into the left lane. Right? And he's going to go this way. And he's going to bust a bitch. Oh my god. Oh no, he did it. He didn't bust a U-turn. He made a right so that you make a left to the other side. That's so jank. That's so jank. But he knows his route. So that's fundamentally the problem with the AI. They all have the same predetermined route. And I think that's a limit due to how the game is trying to be not a heavy game, if that makes sense. So simulations in general, by design, are supposed to be heavy games. And that's because it's like, if the AI isn't updating, right, they're going to have a lot of problems like this, right? So it's like the AI, even if I remove this, which is the only reason why they're having lane issues like that, I probably need to upgrade the road actually, right? Like the AI isn't going to really fix itself until the bad AI crosses, so that all the new AI after I deleted that road basically starts using it as normal again. Right? So it's like this AI, if they just learn to merge out and not force themselves into the bottom lane, everyone would be fine, right? But that only happened because of the potential U-turn right here. So it's like, that's an AI issue. But it's also because the game isn't allowed to really update the AI yet. So I think with the new Cities 2, the AIs are going to be updated more frequently. I'm not sure if that's actually true, but that would solve a lot of problems. Right? In a sense that it's like, sometimes it's just the AI fault, man. Sometimes just the AI struggling. Oh, and then I need to upgrade this to a 3. Now, for the most part, I think the devs have mentioned already that they have improved the AI. I do remember that the AIs did, not the AI, the devs did say that they did improve the AI, so the traffic is going to be easier. Now, the thing that I'm worried about, and this is honestly what I'm worried about, and it might be the only thing. Have you guys seen the dev diaries, the videos, the trailers? Have you guys seen it? And the reason why I ask is because I haven't seen that many vehicles in the entire game. I am worried that it's gonna look like a ghost town. Because it's like, when I was watching any of those videos, you either see 5 of the same type of vehicle, which a lot of times means it's a service vehicle, like the ambulance, police car, something like that, the hearse. And there's not a lot of cars in general in any part of the video. I think even the traffic video where they talk about the new AI, the highways are relatively empty. And that's really concerning, because without that, like the cars, what's the point of the new Cities game? How is it no different from Anno? Like, I hope it's not going down the Anno route, because that's not as fun. I'm worried about that. Oh, Mamba heard you guys talking about his toe beans. I think someone counted the number of vehicles they saw on the traffic dev diary, and someone's like, I only saw 16 cars. I remember that because it was like kind of a meme. 16 cars. I don't know if he actually only counted 16 though, but that's something to worry about, man. I'd be worried about that, if anything. Alright, so let's start designing this. Let's start putting out the placeholders that typically you would want. But yeah, I'm just hoping it's going to be a good game. Like, come on, my name is Too Legit City. I build, well, legit cities. So I just hope the game's legit. That's all I could really hope for, right? And the thing I don't understand is, why is Paradox trying to feel like they're pushing for AAA title? It feels that way. Like they're trying to be a AAA like company or something. What's going on, Chico? How are you? Welcome on in. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like, it feels like they're trying to become a AAA company. And like, start cranking out AAA titles or something. That's what it feels like. Alright, so that's spacing. That's not bad. And then I'll probably want to get it close to the highway. And then I need to get a road design so that we could run it parallel. That probably makes the most sense. I think regardless of what happens, I'm going to want to pull out a second railroad here and we'll merge it back. So we'll go to 220. And then we have to pull the top. Doesn't really matter. We'll pull the bottom again too. I'm worried about that, man. I'm worried. Alright, so we're going to run this due to the fact that I'll probably have to delete this as well. Because if I want the train station here, I'm going to need like some of the roads to sink down so that we get to the correct height level. So this is not going to be the second rail. We're going to probably merge this somehow, right? We're going to merge that later on. And then I need to figure this out. How far was it? I remember the number 8. I might be wrong. So 10, 9, 8, you run this, and then if you do that... Oh, that's perfectly flush with the line. But that's not actually... Okay, so I didn't need this. Because I'm going to run the line somewhere else. Okay. Okay, that's perfect. We're going to do that. So... Doesn't really matter where. We're just going to pull this down a little bit more. And then we're going to put the dirt road there as a placeholder. So we're going to find the node. Pull this down. 10, 9, 8. And then we're going to pull this way. This is going to go both ways. Alright. And then you can see how it's flush right here, right? That's actually what I wanted. So that's why I remember the number 8. This is flush. And then wherever we put it, it's going to be basically the passenger rail. And then we'll just merge back on. So we need to connect to that. We could easily have this flow into here. But I don't want this to be a problem. And I think it will be. So I think this needs to be a one-way road. So this becomes a two-way. And then you make a left. And then this is a one-way. So you can make a left like that. Or you come in like this. I'll probably have a second road coming in to that same setup. And the reason why I want this as a one-way is because when the people get out of the train, I don't want them exiting this way. I want them to go out this way so that them driving is a little bit further, and then they're incentivized to use the public transit because of the longer drive distance. And then this is also a bad walk, so that they shouldn't pocket car. That's what I'm hoping to avoid, pocket car. So we put that setup here, have that feed into this, probably curl this in, right? Or maybe we have to curl it in this way, because that's maybe takes up too much space. Goes, maybe curls into here. Maybe we do it in the back. And then we have to do a setup for that. Okay, so I think that's good. Let's see. Let's take out the trees here. Alright, so first we want to get a midpoint. So this is 340. And this is the angle, so I can't change that. So this has to be 340. Wow, so it's right here. So here to here, that would be the curve. So this has to be this way. And then we do a curl to like here or something. 140, 180, close. 160, 160, that's the line, and then this is the line. Wow, that's actually really nice. Okay, so to make this legit, we're gonna basically just run a slope tool. If you guys are not familiar with this tool, this is probably one of the best tools in the game. So we're gonna take the level tool, make this level, because that's the first thing we need to do. And then we take the slope tool. We're gonna grab the bottom height from here, and we're gonna left click here, pull and drag, and it's gonna give us an evenly spaced decline. This is gonna be what we're looking for. So now I should be able to do this. Right, and it's a nice smooth decline. Now the next thing I'm gonna do to make this kind of nice is we're gonna run a key here. We're gonna do this, right? And then we're gonna run this as well. So that's a 1 square gap. And then I'm gonna do the curve, same thing. All right, so us doing this is just to make this look nice. So now it's gonna anchor on the bottom side, so I could push this down. We're gonna push this to 50. I should actually be at 69. Alright, so this just looks a little bit more clean, having a key line right here. What's this rock doing here? Right? That's not bad. And I might want to key up past this in case they drive straight. I'd rather have them hit the key than the rail line, right? So I might pull this a little bit past. Not to act as a wall, but I need something there. Probably place some trees. So that key is going to make it look clean. And then I'll probably curl it out this way. Realistically, I don't want to lose any space here. So... pull this up and we curl that out, right? So the game is going to be weird. So if I'm this close, I don't think it works. Let's go 1 back. So that's 40, 40. And then we could just run this straight. Now, this doesn't really matter, because I think what we're going to want to do is pull this out and underneath the 4-lane. And I think this has to be extended. So I might have to pull it to here. And then we're going to try to tuck this under That way we don't see the start of the key, and it just feels like it starts here. It's probably going to be here. Now, I think at some point we might just pull this curve from this point and reverse curve it so that it looks better. This is a little bit too sharp, so I'm thinking reverse curving it that way might be the play. It'll probably look a lot better that way as well. So we basically make it like a half S-curve. We'll do that later though. So this comes down. I need to do this next. Alright, so this already has a terraform. Do I key up this as well? That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad. So it would be something like this. That looks really jank. What the hell is that? Okay. And then it would be something like that. Okay. And then... Oh. This is not supposed to curve. Yeah. Okay, so we don't do this one yet, actually. Yeah. Okay. Now, this is weird, right? Because I think this doesn't need to be this far back, and this needs to be here. So we could delete that, delete this. And then I want to be here. So this is 5, 6 anchor, and then we're going to be looking for a midpoint. So 160, so I need 10 units here. Okay. And then from the 10 unit point, that's 200, 280. So that's 4, 5, right? Because this is 9 meters. Yeah, so we're going to do this. 1, force ground, and then 10 units. 1, 2, 3, 4, minus 4 right here. Bam, so that automatically sinks down. And then now when I do the curve, it automatically levels out. Now, of course, this curve is already grounded, so that's actually good. So I think this means I massage everything here, right? Kind of like this. And then I might want to do this. 0.01. And then it's a nice little field. That's actually not bad. Put some trees right here. All right. Good night to we'll see. Chat, be good to each other. Have a good one, TX. We'll see you next time, man. Have a good one. They kind of are. It's why they took the VTM series and they aren't organized at all. So the title and dev, he's right now. Wait, what? Mains Kyle? I'm sorry, man. I think I missed that message from earlier. I totally lost the train of thought of what the question was and what I was talking about. I missed the message. I apologize, Mains Kyle. Both of these are going to come down into here. I guess I could put this in for now. Well, no, I wanted to pull this out first, right? So here to here, 50. And then grid snapping is not a thing. Keys don't like grid snapping for whatever reason. And then I could probably do something like this. Right? Keys right next to it. It's nice. And then that's off. And then we could... This is pretty centered, right? I think that's pretty good. And then we just run this left and right. I see you, Joe Baker boy. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for watching. Alright, so we know this is a node, and we want to merge before that. So I'll probably merge, like, here. Oh, wow. Really? I didn't know about that. Oh, wow. I would imagine dude would do something smarter. Like... Because it's like... They do a lot... They're trying to do a lot of things that EA was trying to do. when EA was up and coming, and before they're the big franchise that they are now. And the thing is that EA, in my opinion, made a couple bad mistakes with not continuing to develop some of their good titles, like Spore, right? Command and Conquer Red Alert 2, right? They acquired the studios, and then after they got acquired, you know, it doesn't do anything anymore. Kitty's so cute, the little legs, yeah. Y'all see Mamba? When Mamba's asleep, that's how you know he's sleeping well. Because when I sleep on my back. And Mamba loves to copy me. So when I'm sleeping on my back, he sleeps on his back too. Now in the wintertime, he actually cuddles up to a little ball. And he's like either on top of me or between my legs. But yeah, right now it's summertime. He's trying to stay cool, dude. He's got his feet up and everything, man. Oh, I woke him up. No. He just put his hands up. He's like, wait, what's happening? Mamba. He's yawning, he's yawning. He's wondering what's going on. Oh, man. One of the funniest things is when I get Mamba perfectly balanced on his back and he struggles to sit back up. It's messed up, but I could feel how little core muscles he has. I could tell that he doesn't work out, man. He needs to do some sit-ups. Oh, you heard me talking smack. My bad, babies. My bad. Alright, he's off the cam. He's off the cam. I hear you, babies. He wants some head rubs now. He just wants his rubs. He needs some protein powder, man. Dude. He's living the life, man. He doesn't need no workout, no protein powder, man. He's chilling. He is chilling. Alright, I think this makes sense. Kind of. So this is a downhill, and then we're going to extend this out so that we could just, you know, have something here. And I think this makes a lot of sense too. Having this be the curl makes so much sense. Oh, dude, I just had a great idea. We could put a small pocket right here and have this road just go through. And then we'll have one small street of houses so that they could live on the other side of the freeway. Because I think what we're going to want to do is this. We're going to want to add that so this doesn't matter. And then this allows this to be terraformed. Right? Oops. Basically like this. And then now I could run this through to this side. And the only reason why we would do that is just to put some housing here. I would probably want to make this hill as gradual as possible. And then I have to make a connection. I'll probably want to go this way as well. Makes a lot more sense. I think this is a nice design. So this goes through, and then I want to hug the railroad, right? So we go up to here. This is 160, so it goes up to you. Technically, it's here. Here, and then we run the line. Delete that. And then I want to take this. Draw a line that doesn't end on a dotted line. And then we want to take this. Yeah, there we go. Not bad. So then we would clean this up right here. I'll probably put another bridge right here. There we go. And then we could push this back a little bit more as a result. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. So people of chat, if you guys have cats, do you guys walk your cats? Do you guys take your cats outside on a harness? I know I asked this the other day, but I'm curious. If there are people of you guys that do that, I'm curious to know how many of you guys have done that and how many of you guys don't do that. Because I'm trying to gauge, like, is that common? Like, for lack of better words, is that common? Oh, this is it, actually. Skateboarding cats. I see you over there. Alright, I probably destroy this, and I probably do the same thing. So this is a 6. Oh, wait. This is a 220. So it's here. So it's here, and that's 10. There we go. She wants to do it. My girlfriend had her way. We would have a stroller, but we don't. Oh, no, don't give the cat the stroller, dude. Cats are hunters, man. They're not supposed to be babies. that'd be better for dogs, but then dogs are like, they're super curious. But yeah, man, cats, they want to check things out. They want to chase after the birds, climb the trees. I seen the skateboarding dog. I think it was, I forgot what it was. What's going on, Krug? I see you over there. I wish I could bring my cats for drives, but they're terrified. Yeah. I don't know what it is. I feel like cats... Well, I mean, there's probably cats that are okay with it. I haven't had a cat that was okay with being inside the car. It's a lot of times like, holy shit, we're moving. What's going on? Yeah, the skateboarding bulldog. Yeah. I saw that, man. Oh, you saw the Dodger game. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. Oh, you stayed at Newport. Oh, that's the drive, man. The drive from Newport to LA, dude. Because you're not in LA. You're in Orange County. Newport Beach is Orange County. So you're like by like what? Orange. That's also by what? Cerritos, Santa Ana, Irvine, Fullerton. That's a nice area. It's a little bit... I would say there's less homeless there than there is in LA. And it's a nice area. A little bit pricey though, like all around. But it's a nice place. Dude, I feel bad. The traffic was probably pretty bad. Right by Huntington. Oh, Huntington and the Huntington Beach. HB, man. Not bad. All know about HB. Well, you know, at least I do. Mine throw up constantly in the car. Oh yeah. That's tough, man. That's tough. When the cats are they get car sick all the time. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like when you put cats in a car, they're just terrified, man. At least in my experience, it feels like they're just so scared. Oh, vet visit tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. Good luck, Mocha. My Siamese lady, I brought her on the drive. Shed sleep on my lap and was chill, but all the others big nope. Oh, feels bad. Last time I moved my one smeared stuff all over the carrier in protest. Oh yeah, I had, yeah, my cat, when I took him to the vet, not Mamba, another one before Mamba, he would just start peeing on himself. Like he would just pee his pants. And I think because he was just scared. So he would literally just soil himself. And I was like, oh my god. And then of course I get peed on, right? Because I'm holding him. It was tough. It was tough. You ever thought about doing variety streams once every couple weeks, like a new game? I do that. It's just typically, you know, nobody comes out to those streams. Like if I'm averaging right now, if I'm at 87 viewers, if I average around 75 because I'm a partner, I probably drop down to like 30 viewers when I'm doing an indie game, when I do a variety game. I do it, and I have been. It's just no one comes out to it. I'll play Don't Starve. I've done Wandering Village recently. I've done some other small games. I was thinking about going back to check out Timberborn again, or maybe going Medieval, because they're colony management, but they're early access games. I have a game I wanted to check out called Noble Fates. There's also Space Haven. I have both of those. I just haven't gotten a chance to really like stream it. Smell the car. Yep, it's tough, man. Cats panic inside the moving giant object, dude. And then they hear the engine roar, and they're like, dude, that's a big purr, dude. That engine is purring, and they're scared. Going Medieval had great potential because of what the game was. But I think that although they had a great concept and it was great, there is a problem. They are not developing fast enough, and other people are using the same idea and beating them to the mark, and I think they're losing their first mover advantage. Going Medieval was the first game that I saw that was colony management, basically RimWorld, but it was 3D. Right? I see a lot of other game titles that have that feature now. So it's like there's a Z scale instead of just X and Y on the graph on the longitude latitude basically. And it's like it was great, but it's like they're taking so long to develop. I think it's hurting them. And it's like they're not really adding enough into the game fast enough to the point where it's like I'm excited about it. It just feels like, I hate to say it, but I don't want to call it a passion project, but it is. It's a passion project, and it feels like it's a solo dev. So I can't hate on him because he's trying his hardest, but they're just not having enough manpower. Now, there's probably like a small team. I don't think it's actually a solo dev. I think it's a small team. I just don't think they're actually doing anything fast enough. Because I've had it for years. And it's like, when I first played it, it was very, very raw. Very raw. There was no trading. It was basically just survive the raids. So yeah, it's not bad. It's potentially going to be great. It's a castle simulator in a sense that you could build nice big castles. There's like some good seasonality. You could start farming in animals. Oh, you ever play Stardew? I used to stream it, and I used to min-max run. I started streaming a little bit over 4 years ago, and I used to do gold clock runs and perfect 1 year runs, and this was before, you know, the big Stardew updates came out. At the time, I used to do it was easy for me to do. I would do the 1 year completion, get married, have kids, finish the community center, you know, finish all the other upgrades, and go to Skull Caverns, and then also have $1 million on hand. I'll typically make around 5 mil during the first year. And I used to do that. And then I found out about the gold clock. And you know what happened? I never got it. I was never able to get 10 mil in the first year. Like, I could get the gold clock, no problem. But I was not able to get the objective done of getting it done in the first year. Which is what I wanted to do. So I would grind that. And this was before a lot of stuff got patched. So this was back then when you used to have mushroom levels, if you remember that. That's a long time ago. I'm showing my age. I think that got patched out, right? Mushroom levels? You no longer have to worry about that in the mines. But at the same time, that means you can't farm purple mushrooms anymore. And that was very important in spring. Because that was a big influx of cash that you'd be able to have, that you'd be able to snowball in summer. I've never heard of my dude. You haven't played back then, did you, huh? So, in the mines, there is a formula, and this is the mines that you get at the very beginning. The formula for that is, if you ever, So there's levels with purple mushrooms. There used to be a formula for it. So how it would work is every time you find that level, the next day it's on one level down. However, once it reaches outside of a certain range, it resets back to the top. So what your goal is a lot of times finding the mushroom level. And then once you find it, you know that the next day you would go down a level. So instead of level 69, you go to 68. And with the elevator, it makes it easy, right? You go 60, 70, 80, and then you just go 60, climb up 6 levels, and then you get the mushroom farming. So we would do that. And that would be the strat. So the thing with that is that if you have a level that's like 51, it was really good because if you go to level 50, it's a blank empty room with a ladder, and then you elevator into that. So you would basically elevator, enter the stairs, and then you have purple mushrooms, grab that, leave, and then you wait for the clock to go forward 10 minutes. And then that resets all the levels so that when you re-enter, their purple mushrooms are reset and you get to grab them again. So you would farm that and make a couple 100,000 in spring. Now, nowadays, that doesn't exist. I try to do that. I actually try to go back to Stardew. I didn't try. I just kind of was trying to play it. And that got patched out. That's no longer a thing. That mechanic no longer exists, and you can't do that anymore. It's not farmable in that regard because you can't track the days the same way anymore. So if you find the mushroom level, you could do that, but it's only for that day. Before, once you have it, you could set up certain days that you have really good harvests so that you'll spend the whole day at the mines just farming purple mushrooms. I've done that, dude. I've played Darkest Dungeon, Stardew Valley, Monster Hunter World. Dude, I've played a lot of variety of games. What's going on, TJ? Snowball? Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you guys for tuning in. But yeah, ADHD. I do have ADHD. And because of that, I tend to like to have games that I could focus on. Feels bad, man. But yeah, I've really played Stardew. I did a lot of that. Kingdoms Reborn, I have that. That game is weird because it's potentially, I don't know where the devs are going with it. Kingdoms Reborn I have, and I want to stream it again because it was fun. It feels like Banished, but it looks like it might become something like EU4. Oh, for that, it doesn't really matter. The Asian style is the new update they came out with which is a Japanese culture, I think. You start off, and it's like Civ. You choose your culture. So you have the duchy, which is kind of like the medieval stuff that we know and love. And then there's also like the desert one that's kind of like the Middle East. And then you have the Japanese one, which is probably the one you saw. And they were pushing that because it was the new update. But I think there's 4 playable cultures, and they all have different building styles. I love Banished. Yeah, it plays like Banished, so it's like a colony management game. But you actually play against other computers. So it's like you tech up, you try to go and make an army, and then you just fight other people. But it's not like StarCraft. It's like EU4 in a sense that you simulate the battle. But that's kind of how it plays. And I was like, this is interesting, to be honest. Have you ever played Icarus? I didn't, because when I saw the reviews, the game looked very, very buggy. So that kind of stopped me from wanting to get that. I got 100% achievements on Banished. Yeah, so Kingdoms Reborn plays like Banished. That's the crazy thing. But it seems like it's a multiplayer, like, EU4 style game. That's what it feels like they're trying to add mechanics and things towards. But I'm not sure. Because it's so like they could do whatever at this point that I'm not sure where they're going to be going with it. Banished could be brutal. It can be. But yeah, I have this weird thing where I only like playing games that have a lot of depth. So Oxygen not included. I don't have to talk about why that has a lot of depth, because the game just has a lot of depth. Stardew Valley has it has a lot of depth now. Before it wasn't as deep, right? Before it could certainly adapt a lot of the different maps and stuff, the Easter egg stuff and all that. But it's like I love to play games like that have a lot of things I could look into. If it's based on something that kind of catches my mind, I get interested in it. And it's like, if it doesn't have that, and it's like something like League of Legends, pick up and play, or Call of Duty, I don't like those type of games. I need something to kind of give me reason to play. I don't know if that's a good way to put it, but it's like I need objective driven games. If it's just go out, shoot 5 people, I'm like, the fuck am I doing? Like, I'm not the type of person that just buys a gun and goes to the shooting range IRL and just pops some shots. And like, what the F, man? Like, what's that really gonna do? I shot a gun, so what? Right? I need reason. So it's like I play video games that have something that kind of drives me. I need that. So like my video game choice is a little bit limited in that regard. But that's kind of how I kind of pick and choose, if that makes sense. Is it turn-based? No, it's real time in a sense that you don't take turns, but the combat is turn-based, which is weird. So it's like very similar to like EU4. In a sense that like time's passing, and then every X seconds is considered a turn. Oni's basically chemical engineering sim. I would say thermodynamic sim, but chemical engineering is part of that because of how much heat plays a part of chemical engineering. There isn't that many though. That's true. But yeah, it's early access. Kingdoms Are Born. It's one of the things I'm kind of waiting on. Have you played Stray? I saw that and I wanted to play it because I have a cat. And I thought it'd be awesome. But then it's like, I don't really have funds to get the game. And then it's like the hype's kind of died out. So it's like I don't really have plans on checking it out anytime soon. I'm broke, fam. Feels bad. Have you played EU? I haven't played Europa Universalis EU4. I have not. Do you like RPGs? I do. I used to play a lot of RPGs. Growing up, I've only played RPGs. So growing up, I would play Super Mario, my favorite game of all time. Super Mario and the Legend of the Seven Stars. It is the only Nintendo game made by Sony. And it makes sense that Sony makes it because it plays just like how Final Fantasy did. Final Fantasy the original, or Chrono Trigger, right? You know, take your pick. That was a great game, and I would say that is one of my favorites, if not the most favorite. And it plays on the Super Nintendo. I have that game in real life, and I've had countless hours sitting and just playing that game. And then I found all the hidden, not all of them. I found most of the hidden Easter eggs in that game, like the lazy shell, all the secret boss at the end. Like, dude, I did it all, man. Like, I played that game a lot. That was a great game. But I would play RPGs, like almost only RPGs as a kid. I started with that. Then I have Super Mario World, Super Mario Kart, right? Classics. It's the Mario Party package. And then eventually I got Pokemon. Holy shit, Pokemon. Pokemon is an RPG. You can't argue that. And man, did I play some Pokemon. After I played Pokemon, I got into Golden Sun. I have both Golden Sun, the original, and is it Lost Ark? The second one? I forget what it's called. I have the first and second Golden Sun. I just love playing that, man. Those RPGs. Oh, I remember used to also play a lot of Legend of Mana as a kid on the Super Nintendo as well. Legend of Mana was amazing because that was the first game I played that had a charge skill system. So you would literally be holding down your attack button, and it would charge up into a actual like skill. And that was like revolutionary for like the time, because it was like usually you just press a button and you do a basic attack and that's it. And it was like, I was like, dude, there was a story, there was a level, there's the maps. They're like, man, all these RPGs. And it's funny, the moment I went to middle school, I dropped all the RPGs and I would only play fighting games with the friends. When I'm at home by myself, I would play the RPGs. But at that time was when I would basically drop all the games. Because it's like, you know, you have friends, you go over, you play Smash, you play Marvel vs. Capcom, right? Those were fun games because you get to play with the homies. And it's a different type of experience, right? Being able to talk shit to someone. Because the computers are always just going to do what computers do. Bots do bot things. Right? And talking smack, playing Smash, or lapping someone in Mario Kart. Oh man, that was great. And then high school came, and then I got World of Warcraft. Back to the RPGs, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. And guess what? We played with the homies. So all of us that played Smash went to WoW. Oh man, that was a long time ago, man. Oh, I need this tree here, actually. Super Mario RPG 11 7 stars is the best Final Fantasy game. It is. It's great. The foundation of Paradox success, but built on strategy first. Europa, yeah, it was. I mean, technically, they have their own genre of video game, right? The Paradox Grand Strategy. Right? That's what they call it. They have their own name in the genre, man. But yeah, I used to play a lot, man. Have you played Legend of Dragoon? Oh, that's PS1. I had a friend that played that. I never got into Legend of Dragoon though. I had a friend that played it, and he was telling me it was the best game he's played. And at the same time, I didn't play that. You know what I played? I played Legend of Mana. As a kid, I played Secret of Mana, right? Super Nintendo. When my friend, I didn't have the PlayStation. He did. And when Legend of Mana came out, he got it. Oh my god, I played that. And it was like the same characters and everything, and it was the same charge system, and it was hype, dude. I remember me and my friend would be like, because the skill system of that game was so unique. You would have basic movement. Like in combat, you could jump, you could dash forward, dash backward, and then you eventually could combine these movements to do things like a somersault. If you jump and lunge forward at the same time, and then if you somersault and then attack, you do a flip attack. And then if you're using a certain weapon type, it becomes a kick instead. And then if you do that enough, you master it, and then you get a special skill. Like, that system was crazy. Because it was based off of usage, and you could use the skill before you had mastered it, because you could combine the buttons. And it was such a weird mechanic, because I've never played with something like that in an RPG game, but it was so nice. And then I've never seen another game with that mechanic again. Classic. Oh man, that's a great mechanic. Yeah, it's not bringing it back anymore, man. It was alright. Feels bad, man. But yeah, through the ages of the RPG games, that was the life, man. Alright, let's get some trees in. Trying to fill this up with the tree so it looks nice and clean. That way the city looks nice. Oh, we have even demand. Oh, I must have been ranting for so long if my demand is even. So this only happens if you neglect to move people in when they really want to move in. And since your city is really nice, they still want to move in even after you denied them. They're just waiting. And since you have that demand, everything else is waiting too. So this is what you call flat demand, when it's perfectly in the middle. You can do whatever you want at this point. The game's gonna allow it to you. This is technically the best situation. Alright, so I guess we'll wrap up right here. This is probably a good spot to wrap up, you guys. So people of chat, thank you guys for the good company. Thank you guys for all the support today. I very much appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for coming out, hanging out. I know a lot of you lurkers over there actually came out and chatted. So appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for doing the things that you normally wouldn't do. I know you guys are usually sitting back. Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you for coming out, showing the love. And it's nice to meet you guys. So let's get that save in. We got more we got to do in the city, of course. And the one thing is, I got to increase the population, right? There's a lot we got to do. But it's going to look nice. I think everything's going to be great at the end. So let's get that save in.